ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
AI. Is it all about artificial intelligence, or it's about articulated intelligence, or is it something Yeah. So once all are in, we'll be starting soon. So please bear with us for a couple of minutes and we'll be starting the day.
అమ్మమ్మ చెప్పమ్మా. పిల్లలతో పెట్టిందమ్మా. నేనే తర్వాత చేస్తానే, నేను కొన్ని బిజీగా ఉన్నానే. ఎవరు?
Yeah. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. I again request all the folks to join us at the front row. So those who are sitting at the last benches or last seats, I kindly request you all to join in. So while we settle down, we'll be starting the session soon. Again, another quick question, just to pop up the thing. So how many of you have seen that title, From Scale to Resilience, Rethinking Efficient AI System? So what comes to your mind the moment you think about rethink? Rethink, reimagine. So there was one book by a person. The book name is Ignited Minds. Who is the author? Okay, good. I'm expecting more answer from backside also. Okay, so if you go through the notes of Ignited Minds, he always points out about one point and one precision that is. So one precision that is rethinking. So he also wrote about Machine 2020 and other topics where he was highly influencing the youth mind to think about a rethinking process. So if you look into the AI space today, it's all about rethinking system, right? So we used to think like, okay, our assignment kottiyara faculty, so let's go and finish it. Now it's like put it to GPT and get it back. That's how students are rethinking, but there is much more beyond it to rethink. So that's how this whole line come up. But what is AI system according to you? Anybody have any unique answers? I know you can say system, AI system. No. Anything beyond that? Systems are architectures, right, to some extent. So what is beyond architecture? Okay. Decision making. Yeah, decision making and in a precise way. Anything else? Yeah, aided intelligence. Amazing. From last rows, anybody have any thoughts about AI systems? Okay. So if you don't have answers or if you are rethinking about this answer, you have come to right place. So today is all about figuring out how we can actually do the scale to resilience and rethinking efficient AI systems. So with that said, give us 2 more minutes. We'll be on the systems. Okay, while we are pulling down, if any of your friends are outside, please do ping them, call them, so we can kickstart the sessions. Namaskara Elrigu, Namaskara Bangalore, ಮತ್ತು Namaskara Karnataka, and warm welcome to whole India who are joining us from the hybrid mode. So, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ we'll be using in Kannada and English because it's our state systems. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಯನ್ನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ when we are focusing about the technology, there is always something that stops us and takes us forward. It's like a push and pull mechanism. But the moment we think about the AI systems, it's just beyond the rocket launch. Like 2 years back, nobody even thought that GPT could revolutionize the world. But ivattu GPT in ತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಪ್ಪ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. So it's all about the speed and the race we are going towards. And the speed doesn't come from just thoughts. It comes from the reimagination. It comes from the process. It comes from the rethinking and magnificent, alignment towards thought building and nation building process. So today we are so warm and we are so happy to collaborate to such mission of India to take India as the leading forefront of the AI mechanisms and AI systems. So we warmly welcome you all for the AI Impact Summit, the working group meeting for scale to resilience, rethinking efficient AI system. So just before we started, we were asking about questions. What is rethinking and what is efficient systems? We had a couple of good answers, but all of your answers will be, collocated to a great thought process, and that's all the working force is going to happen. So the moment we hear about, Sange Shakti Kaliyuge, people always tell that in this particular time, it's all about collective efforts and collective reimagination is going to work, and today is a day that's going to happen in the same way. So without much ado, as we go ahead of we're already late by 10 minutes, so with that concessions, so I kindly request all our chief gatherings to assemble in the stage, and by inaugurating the session through lighting of the lamp, I kindly request Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Chief Secretary of Governance of Karnataka, Mr. Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey, Principal Secretary to Government Department of Personal and Administrative Reforms, Shri Shashank Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power, Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, Scientist, IndiaAI Mission, and Professor Rajesh Sundareshan, Conveyor, Deans of Division, IISc, to join us. I I kindly request all the dignitaries to light the lamp and officially inaugurate the session.
ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ, ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ, ಕರುನಾಡ ದೀಪ, ಸಿರಿನುಡಿಯ ದೀಪ, ಒಲವೆತ್ತಿ ತೋರುವ ದೀಪ, ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ, ಹಚ್ಚೇವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ದೀಪ.
ನ ದೀಪೋ ಭಾಸತೆ ಸ್ಥಾನೆ ನ ಜ್ಞಾನೇನ ವಿನಾ ಮನಃ. That also talks about the resilience always comes with, as a lamp shines only placed steadily, the mind illuminates only through knowledge. So thank you all dignitaries for officially inaugurating the session. Now I kindly request Dr. Rajesh Sundaresan sir to felicitate Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Chief Secretary of Government of Karnataka. Just a small token. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. I again request sir to felicitate Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey, Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Person and Administrative Reforms. I request sir again to felicitate Shri Shashank Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power. And I request sir to felicitate Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, Scientist D, IndiaAI Mission. Yeah. And I request Professor Vinod Ganpati sir to felicitate Rajesh sir. Yeah. So as the process taking place, without much delay, we know all of us have connected the dots for this from scale to resilience and rethinking efficient AI systems. So let's kickstart this whole official discussions by starting with the welcome address by Professor Rajesh Sundaresan, Conveyor, Deans of Divisions, IISc Bangalore.
Thank you. A warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the Indian Institute of Science. I'm Rajesh Sundaresan. I'm the current Dean of the Division of EECS and also the convener of the Deans of Divisions at IISc. A special welcome to all our guests on the days. The Chief Guest, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Pandey, Mr. Shashank Mishra, and Mr. Abhishek Agarwal. Let me also welcome all the members of the working group on resilience, innovation, and efficiency, the officers of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and also the officers of the IndiaAI Mission. Today's meeting is to facilitate discussions on moving artificial intelligence systems or AI systems from the current resource-intensive path to a more robust and resilient and energy-efficient one. So the meeting is aptly named From Scale to Resilience, Rethinking the Efficient AI System. It aims to reimagine a world where AI performs across diverse contexts and thrives despite limited resources. The event is organized by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the Government of Karnataka, and the Indian Institute of Science, with support from IISc's Foundation for Science, Innovation and Development, IISc's Translational AI for Networked Universal Healthcare, IISc's Art Park, and also the faculty, staff, and students of IISc. At the Indian Institute of Science, I'll say a few words about the activities that we have undertaken at IISc in the AI domain, particularly in this resilient AI domain. We have been keenly aware of the need for efficiency in AI systems and also capacity building in this domain. Just as application-specific integrated chips enable much higher efficiencies than general-purpose processors, for example, application-specific AI could provide the pathways for resource-efficient AI systems and AI scaling. The Indian Institute of Science has enabled the pursuit of such application-specific AI in networking at IISc's Center for Networked Intelligence, in robotics and autonomous systems at the Art Park, in a critical infrastructure at the Power Grid Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity, in cybersecurity itself, at SciSec, this is the Government of Karnataka supported KTech COE in cybersecurity, in health data at the ICMR IISc Center for Health Data, and in translational AI for networked universal healthcare at TANU. I must also mention here our efforts to learn efficiency by studying perhaps the most natural of intelligent systems, the brain, and applying the learnings to AI systems. And this is being done at the Initiative for Brain Computation and Data Science. These initiatives build as part of their mission application-specific artificial intelligence for efficiency as well as robustness. In an effort to unite all of these core activities at the Indian Institute of Science, all these initiatives at IISc, we have also enabled the Kotak IISc AI/ML Center for capacity building. This is at the undergraduate level through support for the BTech Math and Computing program, which started in 2022. The graduate level MTech in Artificial Intelligence, something that the Indian Institute of Science pioneered in 2019, and also a new PhD program in AI as well as AI plus X, where the plus X is a way of indicating the growing influence of AI in a variety of fields, in probably almost every field. I hope that over the course of the day, there will be opportunities for all of you to learn about the initiatives that we have started here, thanks to support in a large part from the Government of Karnataka, as well as from the Government of India and from philanthropists, and find ways to partner and contribute to their strengthening here and also to their impact to the greater society. Once again, let me welcome you all to this meeting, and I wish you all a very fruitful discussion. May I now, do I mic? Okay, all right, yeah. So thank you very much. Welcome once again to the Indian Institute of Science.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's always said IISc is where questions are sharper than answers, and we know why it is said so. Thank you, sir. Himself being a research allocate who has been working a lot on decision theory, network system, decentralized algorithm, and the list goes on, sir. I have a bunch of lines. Thanks for being part of this and welcoming everyone. Again, welcome you all for this. Welcome you from the departments for this amazing event. So now, without much ado, I would go to the next part of the event, where governance today is no longer just an administration. The governance itself is a system thinking at the national scale. And now today we are so honored to have our chief guest, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh. I have a small bio, ma'am. We'll read and leave it to you. And the moment we hear about Shalini, ma'am, she is like one of the dominant personality of the education system in the Karnataka economy. So when we go through the system, she is a distinguished administrator and reform-driven leader, currently serving as the Chief Secretary of the Government of Karnataka since 2024 August. A 1989 batch IAS officer and the batch topper, she brings together academic excellence and transformative governance. Renowned for spreading the Sakala Mission, Karnataka's flagship time-bound public service delivery program, she has set a national benchmarks in technology-enabled governance, earning prestigious recognition such as National E-Governance Award and the Google Innovation Award. As Chief Secretary, she continues to drive digital transformation, institutional reforms, and strategic economic initiatives, including planning of Invest Karnataka 2025. This is what Google AI told, ma'am. But on top of that, the moment we hear her name, it's because of a couple of books. I literally marked down those books' name. The first book is Nimma Bhavishya Nimma Kayali, IAS Akankshigalige Margadarshanaгаlu. To be honest, as a Kannada reader, ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅಂಥ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಥರಿಂಗ್ ದೋಸ್ ಬುಕ್ಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ pioneer women in engineering leader who is a rare blend of administration and technology together. Thanks for doing all those things for society, ma'am. So I request you to address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a very timely intervention on the part of our e-governance department, Indian Institute of Science and Government of India for the upcoming AI Impact Summit in Delhi to hold this kind of a preliminary or a warming up session in Bangalore. Bangalore, which is the heart of IT and AI. I would not talk about what we have already, but I would talk about what I wish we have. And I'm sure with AI in place and with all of you collaborating as a team, this is possible and this will be shortly made available to public at large. We have this e-governance department, as you know, which is a pivot of all the departments and their electronic database as well as softwares in governance. However, till today, we have not been able to integrate all the data sets and the databases and the softwares of different departments. Isn't it, Pankaj? It's a big challenge, but the intention is there. Then how do we first ensure that all the data systems come together? We had started this project with the help of IIITB to create a data lake for data mining and then lead to AI applications. Now, to a large extent, a data lake is ready. Most of the systems are speaking to each other. However, there are interoperable issues which we have to sort out without further delay. Otherwise, we are not going to use the potential that we have for using AI, because ultimately AI is based on what you feed. What is the legacy data? What is the information that is available over the years? And then it comes out with an intelligence output. So I would request my department secretary, Mr. Pankaj Pandey, and his team to work together with IIITB and the Indian Institute of Science and other IT agencies, particularly with a lot of R&D and the GCC centers which we are lucky to have. Can we bring together all this data to get in an interoperable fashion and then start using it for applications for the citizens first? Of course, taking care of the privacy and other citizen concerns. The numbers are what are important. I will just give you one example from Agriculture Department, for example. When we created this data lake, the query that I put into the system was that I have this major crops, say 5 major crops of the state. Out of them, which part of my state is showing less than average yield? And you will be surprised to know, we were ourselves surprised to know that out of 6,000 odd gram panchayats that we have, the problem was only in 300 odd gram panchayats in terms of productivity. And when you dig deeper into layers and layers of information that you are having available in terms of particularly the soil type and the micronutrients, you find that a very small component of, say, zinc is to be added. In milligrams, it has to be added, which can increase the productivity many-fold. Now, this is the huge potential that we are waiting for on one side. And on the other side, in terms of resource allocation, why am I distributing fertilizers and all kinds of inputs to all crops in all regions when it's not required. It is automatically being taken care of for whatever uh, uh, actual situation that it has. The second example, I would say that we have websites for all departments. It is all standardized by e-governance department. But my websites don't speak to the citizen. I have collated almost 1,000 schemes of the government from all departments with a standard template wherein it talks about what is the scheme name, what is the eligibility criteria, how do I get it, and what do I get? So maybe these 3-4 queries. Now, I have to fill up. In the website, if I operate, yes, I can fill up my details that I am a farmer or I am a fisherman or woman and this is what I want, and the system will generate. But can we have audio operated, AI generated intelligence and services given to the citizens for their various queries, depending upon what they want to know from the government or from the public domain as such. Similarly, we have these health records. I think Dr. Devi Shetty would be coming around. Many of the conferences that I attend, even the last one was on cancer, you see the entire data of how the diseases behave, how the patients go through, and if that all that is digitized in a meaningful way, you know what predictive analysis you can do. Today, we are actually at loss to understand that without tobacco or usual causes of cancer, for example, majority of them have none of these factors as the causative factors. Then what is it that is leading to cancer? What is it that is leading to high rate of cardiac arrests? Some say it is because of the vaccine we gave during the COVID time, but we don't know. So unless we put the whole data together and the scientists and the researchers work on it and do the predictive analysis, the preventive part of it, the curative part of it can be very, very focused. Just as I mentioned about the agriculture productivity, the same is true of human productivity. Am I able to improve upon the human capacities? So governance issues, public system issues are myriad, but answer is one. I have to put them together. I have to put them in a way that they are organized and they are able to be culled out based on the need of every individual, which is citizen oriented. Finally, I would like to say that today AI infrastructure is the need of the hour, and I look at 3,000 of my engineering colleges to become the hubs for the entire state of Karnataka. The graduates, the engineering graduates, the IT graduates, they should be creating their own labs and incubation centers in every academic institution, and then that leads to a multiplier growth, because we also need lot of skilling. Today, I'm sorry to say, I have been hunting for people to work on my AI project, but it's very, even triple ITB says I'm not able to supply data scientists, data analysts, AI analysts to you. So what kind of changes do we need in the curriculum today at different levels, not just at the higher education level, but even at the higher secondary level? How do we bring in more and more of capacity building, more and more of orientation of the IT based skills that are going to be required in the days to come? Now we don't have months or years, we have days to come. We have to be very, very quick in every pace of development that we do. And it is not possible by anyone single-handedly. It's always possible through a collaborative effort. And I'm so glad that we have the best of brains, best of minds here. And if we don't do it, no one else will do it. So I implore through this platform to each one of you, please come forward with your strengths, with your skills, with your intents to serve the country, serve the people of our motherland. At the same time, shine in the global horizons, as we should be seen as the best and delivering the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for reminding us that AI's true success is measured in the public trust, not just performance. But one line which strikes us very strongly is, if India has to drive, it has to be led by Indians. And it's a co-verse, right? India has to lead and Indians have to drive it. So that echo lines of what we can do in future is just it's not something which is there in next 5 years, it is in next 5 days. That's the speed and pace we have to take it forward. Thanks a lot, ma'am, for that energizing address. Now I request Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey to deliver keynote speech. Before that, just a brief intro of Pankaj sir. So Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey is a seasoned administrator of the Karnataka Cadre 2000 batch, currently serving as Principal Secretary to Government DPRA e-Governance, a key driver of digital and citizen-centric governance. He plays a pivotal role in strengthening technology-enabled public service delivery in the state. Shri Pandey sir also brings rich cross-sectional experience from leading KPTCL as Managing Director to steering critical departments such as health and family welfare during the COVID-19 pandemic, tourism and commerce and industries, an IIT Roorkee alumnus and All India Rank 1 holder in the Indian Engineering Services. He exemplifies the fusion of technical excellence and administrative leadership. I now invite Shri sir to address the gathering.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries sitting on the dais, my esteemed colleague and a guide to all of us, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh ma'am, Chief Secretary to the Government of Karnataka. My colleague in the power sector, Shashank, we have been working together since last so many years on the power sector. Professor Rajesh, the custodian of this entire conference and for organizing, Abhishek Agarwal from IT. All the industry leaders, researchers, innovators who have come to this warm-up session of the conference on AI. It's a very good day to start that, because I think 15th February is the time when we go for the main conference. Now, I like to personally welcome you, obviously, to the city of Bangalore. Many people have come from outside. And this is a city which has reinvented itself from many times, from being a public sector hub to IT/BT services, from a startup to deep tech. And we have never given up adopting technology. We have, in fact, shaped technologies over years, the city. And right now, when we talk in various conferences, they say, or many times in our power sector also, they say that the AI machine learning is the flavor of the season. I will say it is no longer the flavor, it is the main ingredient. Like the ubiquitous Indian curry, it is present everywhere. So it is now no longer the flavor, it is the main course, and therefore we have to take it up immediately. It no longer designs code, it is no longer the predictive model that it predicts something. It now designs, codes, diagnoses, plans, and most importantly, it is now deciding various things, and therefore it's a choice. It's no longer a choice, it's a necessity. But now the main question is, how do we operationalize AI at a very large scale? And that is where we as a country need to look at the advantages that we enjoy right now, or at an advantage at which we stand right now. We are at a rare intersection of four things. We have a scale. 1/6 of the humanity lives in India. We have talented engineers, scientists, domain experts in India. We have a democratic complexity in terms of languages, culture, geography. So you have all kinds of complexities in the country. And then we have an urgent need in the sectors of health, in the sectors of energy, agriculture, governance, everywhere. And therefore, when we stand at such an intersection, I think we should not miss the opportunity of using the AI at a good scale. In fact, in Karnataka, as Madam was mentioning, we have been using AI, and we, around 2 years back, came out with a dedicated AI cell. The cell is based on 4 pillars of advisory, giving the advisory to the various departments, solution development, upskilling, and collaboration. And we have done a lot of in-house initiatives. Just to tell you a few, we have developed a Kartavya, which is the AI-powered attendance for all the government employees, around 0.13 million employees or 1.3 lakh employees use that. Then we have done something called muzzle print. In fact, we are doing it with the help of Indian Institute of Sciences only, where we will be basically generating an ID for the cattle in the state. Around 10 million cattle are there in the state, and we will be developing that. Then we have a AI-powered students attendance system. In fact, with the education department, we are going to use it for around 5 million students in the coming days. Then we have a Saramsh, which is auto-generation of and auto-extraction and summarization of the various government orders. Suppose if I want a government order on particular subject, I can auto-generate and then auto-summarize the government orders. And this is under pilot stage. Various things are under development, or they have been developed and they are being piloted. So these are the various things which we are doing in AI. In fact, Karnataka was the first state which has gone to the IndiaAI Mission, and we have taken up the GPUs. We have taken around 92 GPUs from the IndiaAI Mission. Now, these are the few things which we are using, but at the intersection of various departments, as Madam was mentioning, this data transfer is the most critical thing. And one of the test cases or use cases which Madam told is about helping the farmer or helping the agriculture or horticulture. I come from a department which is not liked by the finance department, the power department, because almost 20,000 crore of subsidy is taken by this department. Major portion of this subsidy goes to the farmers' irrigation pump sets, IP sets. We have an astounding 35 lakh or 3.5 million irrigation pump sets in the state. And almost 40% of our energy goes to the irrigation pump sets, for which the government provides approximately 20,000 crores annually, and this bill goes up. Now, one of the ways of using AI at a scale is obviously to find out the weather, the cropping pattern, which particular area in the state or which particular village has which crop, and therefore what is the water requirement, because every crop has a different kind of a water requirement, and some of them are perennial, some of them are seasonal, and depending on that only you push the power in those feeders. Otherwise, agriculture feeders, which are primarily meant for the irrigation pump set, should be switched off during that point of time because they don't require the power. That way you will be saving power, you will be saving water, and obviously you will be saving the soil also. Otherwise, many areas they do the flood irrigation, which basically removes the top layer of the soil. Now, this is a test case which will help everyone, the farmers, the power department, the state government, and all of us. We are working on that. This, if integrated with the horticulture agriculture department, can provide good amount of information. So proactively pushing, using the AI and pushing the information to the final user is what we want, and we have been trying to do in the department. There are multitude of possibilities in the department. I remember when I joined my college in Roorkee University, it used to be called Roorkee University or UOR, University of Roorkee, in '94. The computers were rising. Obviously, they were reaching a stage. And we had in the first year a necessary course on computer sciences and electronics. The first year course is common for everyone. Now, what I feel is AI should be mandatory, and it should be mandatory not only in the colleges but in the schools as well, because that is where we will be developing our talent. We will be developing the kind of skills that we require for our students and for the future generation. In fact, going forward, what I feel, this is my personal feeling, that the way we have corporate social responsibility, we should have a corporate R&D responsibility on every company. We have been seeing the R&D spending which happens, and unfortunately, from the industry, we don't get that kind of R&D spending which should happen while the government or the public sector or the institutes do a lot of R&D and spending. Now, I think the time has come where we should invest a lot on the R&D, on the human HR skills, and obviously recalibrate our curriculum in a way that it is AI oriented, because this is something which we can't skip. With these thoughts in mind, I would like to thank everyone, to the organizers and to everyone for giving an opportunity to me to speak from this forum, and best wishes for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It reminds us, Sri Basavanna tells this beautiful vachana. It goes like, Yenna kale kamba dehave regula shirave honna kalasvaya. So he goes like, if only rich people can go and build some temples, what else I can do? Then he says, you yourself is a person, your whole body is a devalaya. Just tweak it to the AI world. People should not always blame, I don't have RAM, how can I build something? No, you have a system to do something. Now, when you listen to the what talk he has gave, he beautifully narrated how the systems and architectures or the India's role pivots is not just with some pivotal institutions doing it. It's all of us coming together, even with a small component of readiness. If a country which can build a system with 5 billion records, a country with 131 billion people can providing one single input instruction set, we can build a better ML than anybody in this whole globe. So that's the kind of scale and that's the kind of scalability we're thinking about. Now I would just summarize that one line. It's like 1.4 billion citizens, one digital interface, and that's the scale we are looking at. So it's both Shalini ma'am and sir's talk. So thanks a lot, sir, for that amazing keynote. So we are now going to the summit address. We have Shri Shashank Mishra, sir, who is IIS of 2007 batch officer from Madhya Pradesh cadre, currently serving as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Power, Government of India. He plays a key role in shaping India's power distribution reforms, working closely with states and DISCOMs on smart distribution, RDSS implementation, and the adoption of AI/ML technologies in the power sector. An IIT Delhi electrical engineering graduate, Sri Mishra sir brings strong technical and administrative depth to the sector. He also serves as government nominee director at the boards of REC Limited and Power Finance Corporation, and has previously held impactful leadership roles across central and state governance, including director in the Ministry of Finance and senior positions in infrastructure, smart city initiatives in Madhya Pradesh. Again, this is Google AI generated, but the moment you look into his profile and the biodata, the kind of actions he has taken, one thing is for sure. For a long time, the most disputed part of India was about power energy. I don't want to go to the details of it. Everybody knows. But that was a sector where we all talk about AI and everything. We never think about, do we have so much energy in the systems? The power and energy is such a point or pinnacle point of the force, we always keep on forgetting. It's like, ide irutte nodkona bidi. It's like sometimes back we used to tell in villages like, karante barala, ratri bidkonte neerna anta. It was always in a discussion, right? Technology was not overtaking power, but we're so happy today. We're at a position where we are talking about implementing, low power energy strategies for driving the better AI reforms, and that's happening across. And we have a representative to talk about that. I invite you now for the address, sir.
Thanks. Chief guest of the event, Dr. Shalini Rajesh ma'am, Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka. My senior colleague in the sector, Sri Pankaj Pandey sir, Principal Secretary to Government of Karnataka. Professor Rajesh Sundaresan from IISc Bangalore. Abhishek Agrawal from IIT. Excellencies from participating countries. The developers, the contributors to the sector. Good morning to you all. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to this stakeholder consultation that we are having on the India AI Summit side event. And this is a hybrid meeting that we are having on the pillar that is being chaired by Ministry of Power, the meeting on the Resilience, Innovation, Efficiency Working Group. We deeply appreciate the inputs that we have received over the past few days of, in fact, past few months of engagement that we have had with all the stakeholders in the working group. Also the stakeholders that are contributing to the development of how do we exactly want the AI to lead in the coming years. Your participation definitely reflects our shared conviction that the next breakthrough in AI won't be just about the larger models or the expansion of the compute power. Today we are talking about edge computing. Today we are talking about small language models. What can be pruned, how the efficiency can be brought into the AI sector. Since our first meeting, we have been greatly encouraged by the quality of inputs we have received. Your contributions have kind of inked at both the urgency and the opportunity before us to design the AI systems that are efficient, adaptable, and accessible, even in the low resource settings. To start with, all the AI models, they came with high monthly subscriptions, which were required to be paid by the users of the AI. Today, that is going down, and that needs to further go down if that needs to be more and more made accessible. As the AI systems scale up, the nations face rising pressures related to energy use. Today, in the start of the event, ma'am was talking about we have a lot of data centers which are coming up across, including in the Bangalore around area, in Andhra Pradesh, in Gujarat. What are we going to plan? How are we going to plan for this energy requirement, energy demand? And a lot of in fact, a lot of effort has gone into planning the resource adequacy plan for the states. Also, a lot of efforts has also gone in developing the open access systems, the captive power plant. The new rules, new regulations have come in to support the entire system. At the same time, there is a significant opportunity to design the AI systems that maximize societal benefits, and this would require minimizing the resource intensity through efficient models, adaptive architectures, and responsible deployment frameworks. As I mentioned, we have a working group which is working on the concept of innovation, resilience, and efficiency. AI must be resilient enough to function reliably across the context, and efficient enough to be accessible to all. Today's meeting brings different perspectives, in fact, diversity of perspectives. Your insights will help shape practical, globally relevant outcomes and ensure that our work reflects the world constraints and priorities. Also, as was mentioned by my earlier speakers, that there are a lot of fragmented digital systems which are there in different sectors, including in the energy sector. I would take this opportunity to mention that India currently is also working on the concept of India Energy Stack. So as we have the UPI model for the financial system, similarly, we are developing the UPI model for the energy systems. And going forward, these energy, which we call as Unified Energy Interface, that would be interacting with the UPI system, and that would make the energy as a new currency. So P2P platform is, that is peer-to-peer trading platform, is one thing which we are working on as one of the use cases under the India Energy Stack. And we are hopeful that in the India AI Summit, we'll be able to launch that as one of the platforms which would be a role model for the global community at large. And there are other 5 or 6 use cases that we are working on, which would really shape up the future in the distribution sector and in the power sector, in fact. The rollout of the smart meters has been one thing which has been really supporting this cause because of the real-time availability of the data. At this instance, I would like to thank India Institute of Science and Government of Karnataka for their efforts in convening this meeting And I thank you all for participation and commitment to this important agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So it also reminds us some ancient thoughts like Shankaracharya's once he said in the Bhajagovindam line, it's like it goes Punarapi Janam, Punarapi Maranam, Punarapi Jani Jatare Shayanam, Iha Samsare Bahudussare, Kripaya Pahe Pahi Murare. If you look into the philosophical context, there's a different meaning. But if you look into the concept of these systems, it comes down like we have failed multiple times. Let it be, we will openly agree we will fail. But we are the only country who takes failing as a fast measure and coming out of it and bouncing back in a quicker manner. And today's power sector is all about getting back to the systems where, when he was talking about UPI model, me coming from a finance sector, I have never seen such a model across the globe. We bank the world banks, the companies where I come from, but they openly tell this is something that India has proven the world can be transformed like this if digital presence is available. So, and we are happy, sir. We are looking forward to see it in the power grid. And thanks a lot for this amazing, address at the gathering to set the context on how energy and efficiency is going to take forward in the AI era. So now we come to the most important part of this whole summit, to understand what is India AI impact all about. And we are looking at AI impact summit as a keyword everywhere in these systems. So we have today to present a national perspective on India's AI vision and impact pathways, Shri Abhishek Agarwal. Abhishek Agarwal, sir, is a senior scientist and policy leader serving as scientist in the AI and Emerging Technologies Group at METI, Government of India. A key contributor to the IndiaAI Mission, he plays a pivotal role in shaping India's AI governance and policy framework. He was part of the high-level committee that crafted by India AI governance, defining core principles for ethical, safe, and inclusive AI, representing India in global firms, including India-France AI Policy Roundtable in Paris, and leading national stakeholders consultations with UNESCO and METI. He is at forefront of India's aligning AI ambitions with the global best practices. I request Shri Abhishek sir to address the gathering.
Yeah, namaskara. Thank you. Mr. Pankaj Kumar Pandey, sir, Principal Secretary, Government of Karnataka. Shashank, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power. Professor Rajesh from IISc Bangalore. Other respected professors from IISc Bangalore, and my friends from Ministry and from IISc Bangalore. A very warm welcome, a very good morning, and I really I would like to thank IISc Bangalore and the Government of Karnataka to organize, to host this hybrid meeting of resilience, innovation, and efficiency meeting of the working group meeting. So my work here is to go through the details of the Impact Summit, from the Government of India point of view, what we are looking, what we are trying to do with this India AI Impact Summit. And so the journey of this summits started from November 2023. It started from the Bletchley Park, where at that time, Honorable Prime Minister of the UK, Mr. Rishi Sunak, has started this AI Safety Summit, which was held in the Bletchley Park. It was a big gathering of very big leaders from the governments and the industry. And the main focus of that summit was about the safety, how to make AI safe for the citizens of the world. So after that, the Korea took the lead and hosted the AI Seoul Summit in May 2024. and the objective of the summit was the innovation. So and then the next was done by the France in last February 2025 in Paris. That was AI Action Summit. And if you see the journey from the Bletchley Park to the Action Summit, it started from the safety, then it moves toward innovation in the AI Seoul Summit, where it talks about the innovation, coordination, cooperation. And then in the in the Paris Summit, France and the other countries talked about action, what to do so that we can leverage this AI, the technology which we are looking for. And in the current, after that, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Kumar Modi ji, in Action Summit, where India co-chaired, he announced that now we have taken the we will take the baton and host the next summit in this series. This is the fourth summit. And now our vision then further transferred from the action to the impact. Since we have talked about the safety, innovation, and the action, now the time is to show what is the impact of AI in real life. So, and if we see the scale, it started from the participation of 27 countries to the 100 countries over the time. And also in our summit, we are looking for more than participation from more than 100 countries and from the industry leaders. Next slide, please. So this the Impact Summit, which we are hosting, so it's not a 5-day event. It's a process which started from the last 4 to 5 months. It started from July, August. So there are various parts to this process towards the summit. We are hosting pre-summit events starting from the August itself. We are also organizing the working group meetings virtually and the hybrid. Today is one of the hybrid working group meeting in IISc Bangalore. And this objective of these meetings is to shape the summit outcomes over the various themes, various domains of the AI. And we are also in the process of hosting the regional convenings to encourage the Jan Bhagidari in this process, so that to become more inclusive and to take everyone along. And also in the summit, we are having the flagship events, such as there will be an Impact Expo, and there are innovation challenges which are also launched during September or October this year, in which we are looking for the startups who are making impact. There are 3 challenges. One is general, in which every startup can participate. One is specifically for the women, and the one is for the yuva, like the students. So during the summit week, that is from 16 to 20, all these challenges will culminate at one place, and there will be a big gathering during this week. So next slide, please. During the main summit days, I will talk subsequently also what will be happening in the summit week. So regarding the objectives of the Impact Summit, as we see the AI resources, like maybe it's a compute or data sets and others. Say currently the compute resources are within few hands, or concentrated at few places. So, but to leverage the AI for each and everyone, for every citizen, for people, for everyone in this world, that needs to be democratized. So if the Global South have the access of these resources, only they can move forward. So one of the objectives is to democratize the AI and bridge this AI divide among the developed and the Global South world. Another objective is to develop the indigenous solutions, as India is like a use case capital. So we are trying to solve the use cases and the problem statements of the country and make the indigenous AI solutions. That's another objective. And also develop the AI for good solutions across various sectors like healthcare, education, agriculture, etc. Another objective is, which we cannot forget, and which is the backbone or the starting point of these summits, is the safety. So another objective is to make the global standards, AI governance models, etc. So, and align the developed world and the Global South world with these standards and the governance models, so that we can move forward, taking all along. And the final objective is to become empower and become the voice of the global South. Next slide, please. So as far as the scale is, this is just to showcase what is the scale of this present summit, in which more than 100 countries are invited, and more than 100 countries will be represented at various levels, including head of the states, ministers, and the executives level. And more than 50, instead, I can say more than 100 global AI leaders, which include the CXO levels and the other global AI leaders, will be participating in the summit. Till our initial objective was to have 200 high impact side events, but to lead to the summit, we have already done around 360 pre-summit events, and around 400 to 500 events will be organized during the summit. And we are targeting more than 50 tangible deliverables during the summit, and this is the working group meetings are the part of this process. As far as attendance is concerned, we are looking for more than 40,000 in-person attendance in the Bharat Mandapam, the venue of the summit, and more than 1 lakh, I can say even more than 1,50,000 total participants in attendance in the pre-summit and in the expo and in the main summit in Bharat Mandapam. Next slide, please. So these are the pre-summit events. The overview of these pre-summit events is the pre-summit events are being held by various entities. It includes academia, it includes industry, it includes civil societies, think tanks, even the foreign governments who are hosting these pre-summit events across the various topics of the AI. And these are in the various formats like roundtables, fireside chats, panel discussions, showcasing of the various innovative solutions. So till now, more than 360 pre-summit events have been organized, and many more are in pipeline. The events are organized in more than 20 countries covering, and in India it covers 18 Indian states, UTs, and 60 plus cities. Next slide. These are the glimpses of the pre-summit events to showcase the diversity which we are targeting or which we are following in these pre-summit events. Next slide, please. Next, please. So as I already mentioned, we have few flagship events in which there are 3 innovation challenges. One is the AI for all, which is to provide support and to identify the best startups which are making impact in the AI world with the various use cases. And one is for the AI by her, that is the challenge for the women, and one is the Yuva AI challenge that is focused mainly for the college students. In this, around 4,500 applications we have received across the world, and under the 3 challenges. And the winners of these challenges will be showcased during the Impact Summit from 16th to 20th, mainly on 16th and 17th Feb, and the monetary awards will also be given to the winners. Next slide, please. And also, these winners will be given opportunity to showcase their solutions in the pitch fest, where they can pitch their solutions to the investors and seek investment. Another one of the flagship event is our research symposium, which is being organized in collaboration with IIIT Hyderabad, and it talks about how research is making impact on various things, what is the role of research, and it showcased the high-level research papers from the global South and from high-level dignitaries, which are mentioned here, like Jan LeCun, Demis Hassabis, Stuart Russell, Fifi Lee, they will be there. And in this, more than 250 applications we have received from the global South countries, which covers South America, Africa, and Asia, to showcase their research papers. So all this will be happening on the 18th of Feb in Bharat Mandapam itself. Next slide, please. Along with that, we are making the case books on various use cases in agriculture, health, education, women empowerment in this, and these use cases are being developed in the partnership of various organizations in various international and even domestic organizations. Like with the World Health Organization, we are making the use case books for use cases related to health. With IEA, we are compiling the use cases related to energy. With UN Women, we are making the use cases for the women gender empowerment and the women empowerment. So similarly, in agriculture, we are making the use cases. In these use cases or case books are also open. We have invited the use cases proposals from various, from the citizens across the world who wants to, who have their who have built the solutions or applications in these areas, which can be included in this case book. Next slide, please. Along with that, we are, as I mentioned, we are making use case book for the education, AI, and accessibility. And also, we are coming out with these statements of the global AI leaders of various high-level companies, which will be compiled in this tech leaders vision document, which we are making along with the Niti Aayog. And last but not the least, along with the Joshua Bengio, we are making the AI safety report, and the history is it started again from the Bletchley Park. In the Bletchley Park, UK announced that they are setting up a safety panel which will be chaired by Joshua Bengio, and they have come out with their first report in the Action Summit. An intermediary report they have published in the Seoul Summit, and the first report, final report, was published in the Action Summit. Now they are Joshua Bengio along with us is working to in the second version, in the second report related to AI safety that will also be launched during our our Impact Summit. Next slide, please. Other than that, we are having a Impact Expo, AI Impact Expo in the Bharat Mandapam itself. So it more than around 300 exhibitors will be there. There will be country pavilions, which includes France, Spain, and other countries. They will showcase their solutions in Delhi. Other than that, there will be various showcase or pavilions from the global companies like Google, Google, Meta, and also the Indian companies like Infosys, TCS. And along with that, half of the entries are from the startups from the world and from the India. Next slide, please. So now we come to the working groups. So the discussions in this Impact Summit, which will culminate to the deliverables, are organized into the 3 pillars and the 7 themes. In the summit, our objective is to talk about the impact on 3 things: on the people, planet, and the progress. And the discussions among these 3 are distributed in the 7 working groups, which includes, first is AI for economic growth and social good, where we are talking about how AI is making impacts in economies of the world, of the individual countries and the organizations, and how we can leverage it to take our economic growth further, and how AI is impacting social good initiatives. The other working group is the democratizing of AI resources, in which is our first objective. We talk about how to democratize the AI resources, how to make available the AI compute to India and to the other global South countries. In the third theme, we are talking about inclusion for social empowerment, how we can include other communities of various, it includes gender, it includes disabilities and other, so that how we can leverage AI for these social empowerment of these. Other than that, as we see this safety, we cannot maybe we have shifted from safety to the innovation, action, and impact, but the safe word, or you can say trusted AI, is a word which we cannot forget at any stage. It cuts each and everything horizontally across across everything. So definitely we will talk about trusted AI also in the working groups, in the Impact Summit through this working group. And this is being led by IIT Madras. And as we have a fear of like job losses and etc. So those discussion which relates to the human capital, how AI can be used for leverage, how AI can be used for this skilling of the people, how, in which area we can skill them, how we can how to stop or how can we manage the job losses. All things will be discussed in this human capital. In the science, we are talking about how AI can be used for like drug discovery and like for mining and the other things, means how AI can support in physical sciences and the basic sciences further. And in the resilience, innovation and efficiency, in today's working group, we are discussing how to make AI sustainable, how AI can use further for the means like for the climate, to support the climate, and also what can we do to make AI more energy efficient. So these are the 7 working groups in which we are discussing all the various aspects where AI is making impact. Next, please. So these are the glimpses of the working group meetings. In this, around more than 60 countries and 20 international organizations are being participating. And also these working group meetings are being held virtually and physically. In this 3 meetings of each working group, we are having virtually, and 1 hybrid working group meeting we are organizing. Next. So this is the summit week. In this summit week, we have the final culmination of the innovation challenges and also the our research symposium on 18th. Other than that, all our knowledge compendiums, the case books, Yoshua Benjo AI safety report will be released in the Impact Summit. Other than that, there will be various high-level panel discussions, talks of the global leaders, and the roundtables, government roundtables and the private roundtables will be there. And other than that, there will be a summit dinner and interaction with the various leaders will be held during 16th to 28th. Next. Thank you. So this is the short glimpse of India AI Impact Summit and what we are trying to do with this summit, with this initiative. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. So there is a great poet in Kannada called D.V. Gundappa. He quotes this one beautiful kagga. It goes like, ಹುಲ್ಲಾಗು ಬೆಟ್ಟಡಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಆಗು ಕಲ್ಲಾಗೋ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳ ಮಳೆಯ ವಿಧಿ ಸುರಿಸೆ ಬೆಲ್ಲ ಸಕ್ಕರೆಯಾಗು ದೀನ ದುರ್ಬಲರಂಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೊಳಗೊಂದಾಗು ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. If you look at how Impact Summit has grown from the day one, it's exact same line. They found so many difficulties in this world. They found a lot of pieces disconnected. And they figured out, okay, if India is not going to drive this, it's never going to be driven by anybody else. So that's how we correlated everything. And today we have India Impact AI Summit happening. So again, I think it's a warm welcome for everyone to join the summit. At the same time, it was, if you have not visited the website, just Google it right away. And you will see bombardment of knowledge coming out from various places. Today morning when I was scrolling down, I gave my ChatGPT this website and said, scrape everything. It failed to do it. I have a premium version, by the way. Still, it failed to do it. It's secure, sir. Thanks for that website. But at the same time, the kind of information being fed throughout the time, every day, everything's what's going to happen, you're able to see there. And the kind of hard work went through it. It's totally amazing. And thanks to the whole community who are driving this thing happen. And special thanks for Shashank sir for addressing the gathering with those information. So with that said, I request all the dignitaries to join us for a group photo. And yeah, in the meantime, is AI overloaded? No answers from anyone? Already like, okay, we are scrolling down, we'll see. Lot of resilience is yet to come. That's what we are going to have in the upcoming sessions. So just post this, we'll be having a short break. Before that, I request Vinod sir to provide a token of appreciation from the IISc front to all our dignitaries. Okay. Now we have officially come to the conclusion of the first part of the session. We have amazing events lined up. So we have a tea break and coffee break at the moment. It's always said, great ideas comes over coffee. So it begins with the coffee. So we have a networking break there.
So the audience can join us for break on the third floor. The rest can move to the left of the auditorium. Please be back by 11:30 for the next session.
I think the person.
Request everyone to please be seated in the auditorium. Please be seated. We will be starting our next session soon. Please be seated. We now begin our session 1, focusing on overcoming data compute challenges, a research viewpoint. Dr. Y. Narahari, Honorary Professor, Department of Computer Science and Automation, formerly Dean, Division of Electrical, Electronics and Computer Science, formerly Director of CBR IISc. I invite our session chair, distinguished academic and leader in system science, to take the lead.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Welcome to all of you for a very, very important session. This session is going to be on data and compute challenges that need to be tackled towards efficient, scalable, and impactful AI systems. And this session will look at the research perspective on data and compute challenges. We have a panel of very distinguished speakers in this session. We will have a keynote address followed by 3 invited talks. And the keynote address will be given by Dr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, and I'm delighted to invite Dr. Chris to deliver the keynote talk. He really does not need any introduction. He is one of the co-founders of Infosys, rose to become the CEO and MD at Infosys Technologies. In the past 15 years, Chris has taken philanthropy for science, technology, socially and nationally relevant projects to unprecedented heights in India. He has envisioned and also championed multiple high-impact S&T initiatives in the country. He's currently chairing the Governing Council at IISc. He's also chairing the Board of Governors at IIIT Bangalore. He's chairing the Vision Group on Information Technology for the Karnataka State Government, and also chairing the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. So let's welcome Chris to deliver the keynote talk on a very, very important topic, Resilient AI, India's Global Role. Over to Dr. Chris.
Thank you, Professor Narahari, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting session. First, let me compliment Government of India for taking leadership in organizing. They were partners in organizing the Paris Summit and now the summit in India. And from what I saw, it's looking to be a grand event. The focus of my presentation on from scale to resilience is going to be on a longer term view, and I will come back to why a longer term view and the opportunity that exists for all of us, and especially in India, how to shape this technology that's impacting every aspect of society, every aspect of business, every aspect of science, engineering, technology, etc. How can we be part of shaping this? Let me start with an interesting slide. I deliberately chose to include this because we need to look back to understand where we are, understand how things are going to change. And this is how humans looked at mobility itself, right? You have different forms of going from place A to place B, and it didn't evolve with a single model. It didn't evolve with a single paradigm. There are multiple paradigms. From the automobile to the steam powered train to electric powered train, then flight also. If you look at again different forms and factors, and ending up with rockets to launch to other planets and things like that, right? So it didn't really it didn't really take just one form, and it took many years actually. And the fuel systems changed. We went from electric to internal combustion engines to electric. The trains started with steam. Now we are going to have electric planes and rockets. India is also looking at 3D printed rockets, right? So the evolution takes many different forms and many years actually. Something that is fundamental will take long periods of time. Let me look at digital computing itself, and to understand where we are in AI, we need to look at how digital computing evolved. And many people here probably won't recognize any of these things, but may understand little bit on the diagram on the right side, which is based on the Intel 8085 architecture, the von Neumann architecture. And this is a fantastic, if you're a teacher to teach von Neumann architecture and digital computing, this is a fantastic diagram because many of the components are actually there. The program counter, the I can't see there actually. The instruction register, the different registers, etc. And the reason I say this is memory is treated same as data, program is treated same as data, and you have a CPU, you have an I/O module, and that drives the entire architecture, how it progresses, etc. Now, what we have done is taken this, and on the right side bottom is the Lisa, Apple Lisa computer, which is the first one which used a graphical paradigm. Okay, so we have taken this architecture, and then in order to speed up the PC, we introduced the GPU, right? And of course, GPUs have progressed significantly with the NVIDIA coming in and putting the CPU inside the CPU and GPU together and creating a board for that, etc. That is what is driving AI today. So we did not create a ground up architecture for AI. We repurposed digital computing architecture, which is a finite state automata based architecture. Of course, we repurposed it for from a calculating machine to have branching, have logic, have all that stuff, and then we repurposed something that is a sequential machine to become actually a logical machine. That's what we did when we invented the computer, and later on that computer was repurposed for AI. Going back to the basics probably will tell you that this is probably not the best architecture for AI, right? So what happened? Now we have brute force found a solution for machine learning, etc. It's a brute force solution for AI, right? And so this is, in terms of context, I want to say that, today's AI paradigm is increasingly constrained by compute data and energy because we have taken a paradigm which was not right. And this is what we have been doing for human history, right? Moving from place A to place B using aeroplanes, etc. We didn't use the same paradigm that I think one slide is missing in this. Anyway, forget it. It doesn't matter. There was one slide which was supposed to be there, but missing in this actually, because I had a slide on humanoids. Okay, and if you look at the paradigm of humanoids, and the first robot that became commercial is the iRobot, which is a vacuum cleaner, right? Useful. You should look at the architecture of that. It's very, very interesting. It's the simplest form of robot you can think of. It can only go in one direction. If it has to turn, it has to stop and rotate and then move in another direction. It has a sensor to just sense two things. One, any obstruction in front of it. And second, where is the charging station? So sensor that has only two things. It's amazing that simple things like that create a robot. Basically, we have to go back to the basics to think about AI and the future of AI. And I'll come back to this because some of those elements are here in IISc. That is what is actually, to me, a great opportunity for us to change the trajectory of AI. And we have to take that, we have to take advantage of that opportunity, and we have to make that indeed happen. Because the cost of building systems are increasing, barriers to adoption, especially for 90% of the world, right? Most of us are dependent on 4 or 5 companies in the world. All the data is in with few companies. And when it comes to a country like India, we represent, somebody was mentioning it, 1/6 of the world, right? 16 to 20% of the world. And we generate huge amount of data, and we're giving away that data free. The next AI race won't be won by bigger models, because the different paradigms or different applications will require, I believe, different models. Small language models, inference at the edge. If you look at autonomous vehicles, probably the model that's required may be very different, because that's a specialized kind of activity. So I strongly believe that we are at just the beginning. If you think about the Gartner's S curve, we are probably on the beyond the first peak, where there was a lot of excitement, lot of adoption, etc. And now the disillusionment is setting in. And then gradual increase will happen when a lot of applications come online. And this will be probably a next, an activity for the next 30 years. Digital computer, 1945 to now, that's about 70, 80 years actually. So it will take that kind of time for AI to become widely used. And a lot of changes will happen. The key players who are there today may not remain as they are. And in the computer revolution, I can tell you that many of the companies have disappeared. Digital Equipment Corporation, Compaq, so many of these companies have disappeared, with the different models and things like that. So it will be won by resilient AI. This is a force fitting that we did in preparing this presentation, because the word resilient was used because we were asked to use the word resilient. So, and I'll redefine resilient a little bit later. I think India's moment, an opportunity and a responsibility to help shape this shift actually. So, the dominant story has been scale. Throw more compute at it, more power requirements, more data, and that's how we have been going at it. Bigger models means better models. But resilience is a different goal. So resilience is defined as high performing and affordable, energy efficient, reliable, inclusive under real world constraints, supporting multiple languages. It has to be repurposed for different applications. It has to be repurposed for use at the edge, use at autonomous vehicles, everywhere actually. So can the system work with limited infrastructure? Can it serve many languages and literacy levels? So, natural language interface, vernacular language interface, etc. Can it be trusted in high stakes environment? Can it remain robust as the context changes? And will it be affordable and accessible to the world? And looking at tokens per watt per rupee or per dollar, whatever it is, to learning outcomes per watt per rupee. I know this is very important when you want to look at affordability actually. Is the application affordable? Can it be used by all the people, all the 8 billion people in the world? Similarly for intelligence, it's clearly now understood that one-time intelligence fails. You have to continue to train the models, repurpose the models themselves are changing. And looking at designing for durable learning, clearly we want to embed this in daily tasks so that the learning is continuous as we go along. There is graceful degradation. So this is like a controlled denormalization in the relational databases, right? We have to look at how do we look at it where there is low connectivity, maybe there's no connectivity at all offline. Can we use these models? Trust preserving, can humans override the machine when needed, etc. And we can actually look at measurable improvement over time, which is also visible to the user, because the user is paying for these things. So we need smaller specialized models for domains and languages rather than one monolith. Of course, we have now got multiple models, and we will probably have many more models actually. We need to look at efficiency techniques. There are many mentioned here, so that inference becomes cheap. Grounded systems using retrieval and verified sources. So this is actually very, very important to build trust in these systems, and not just throwing simply data at the problem, at the machine. And we have to look at on-device AI edge where appropriate. So privacy, cost, latency, resilience when connectivity is weak. All of these things we have to look at. And instead of looking at as was mentioned in the previous slide, rather than looking at tokens per rupee, we have to look at cost per task, learning per task, outcomes per task, energy per task, robustness, reliability over time. So here, I'm just mentioning couple of things that are happening here at Indian Institute of Science, which I am very excited about. The team researching on materials like gallium nitride, two-dimensional materials like graphene. So we need to even rethink, semiconductor itself, because when you want to think about low energy, low cost materials and low cost quote unquote systems, transistors, etc. We have to think about new materials, and a lot of work is happening here at Indian Institute of Science. Cutting edge applications in power devices, optoelectric memory, neuromorphic computing, quantum applications. Again, we need to look at all these things actually as we go forward. And this is the opportunity for us to do that. Think about what is going to happen in the next 10 years, 15 years, etc. And as I said, there are multiple form factors for mobility. There are multiple repurposing that has been done using a digital computer to now use it for. So we did repurpose, use it for AI applications. Maybe there is a ground up way we can build specialized hardware for AI. And that's what I believe the opportunity is actually. Extending the capability of memory devices to work on biological and synaptic principles and bridge the gap between biological neural networks and their artificial counterpart. It's very interesting. I always look at nature and learn from nature. A neuron is nothing but a very simple thing, on-off kind of circuit, but it has various states. But it's a simple biological construct, the neuron. It has electrical and chemical signals, capabilities. But that neuron has not changed in billion years. The smallest animal to our brain uses the same neuron actually. But then how do we get the intelligence that we are supposed to have? Right? It's very interesting. So we need to study this actually. That simple neuron has been used to create human intelligence, animal intelligence, different types of intelligence. The same neuron has been used. Only thing is we have 80 billion. So maybe nature decided that throw power at the problem, it will solve the problem. But we have to go back to these principles and see whether we can learn from that. The team in the Sense Lab, I think it's a Sense Lab, right? Shritosh and Navkant Bhatt, etc. They're working on Memristor. I strongly believe that the work that they're doing will have significant applications in strategic sectors, in edge computing, wearables with strong AI capabilities and things like that, because it's low power device, etc. And they have actually proven that it can be used for metrics manipulation, etc. So clearly, there are new form factors that are possible. There are new materials that can be used. And I strongly believe that in order to build resilient AI, these will have to be taken forward in a big way. And I hope that this AI summit, we can showcase these things and get research funding from international philanthropies and organizations. Just a shout out for the unique opportunity that India provides, and then I'll stop here. India brings constraints to the problem. When you look at a developed economy, constraints are very different. The constraint of energy efficiency is there, but they throw money at the problem, right? We can't do that actually. We will have to think about energy efficiency in a much more serious way. Compression, specialization, routing, we have to think about different models. We have to think about benchmarks that reflect reality. The amount of data is huge actually, but still we have to think about how to deploy that properly, and we have to think about governance, etc. So I strongly believe that India is a laboratory for the world. India will allow you to develop better models. The constraints that India imposes, the multilingual requirements, the cost requirements, etc., power requirements, affordability, access, all of those will allow you to create better models and the right models for the world. I strongly believe that the right models for the world. Again, some more constraints at the scale. Constraints are the ones which will allow you to improve the model, right? Because it will force you to rethink, and it will force you to actually figure out, what you need to do. The first Unix-based multi-user personal computer was developed by Wipro because we couldn't use the PC as a single-user device, which was not affordable. So the constraint forced them to develop a multi-user personal computer before anybody else did in the world. But we didn't take these things forward. I think we have to learn from all these things actually, and use these constraints as the opportunity to develop better models. And this is what I believe the opportunity for India is. And I think we need to leverage this AI summit to project this, to actually kickstart these efforts actually. And I believe that India can become the proving ground, the laboratory for resilient AI and co-creator for the next global paradigm. I'm going to stop here and maybe leave it here. I believe that we need to form a consortium, which is academia, industry, startups, global partners. We will have to do open science and open models actually. Shared evaluation toolkit, real deployments and feedback loops, and compute commons. The DPI approach again is very important. I didn't talk about DPI. That's something that we need to take forward to the AI world also. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for outlining a breakthrough agenda for India and also the research community for resilient AI. We have time for a few questions. So whoever wants to ask a question will have to come near one of these mics, which are strategically placed. One mic is here, another mic is there. And you can ask your question, make the question very brief, announce your name, and then ask the question, make it very brief, so that,
Any questions?
Yeah. Good morning, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
How you can leverage AI in good governance, sir? In government accountability? we can put some light on that.
Yeah, see, applications of AI in government will be to look at data and look at inferences from the data. So, for example, just simply asking the question, are the benefits reaching the intended people, intended citizens? Good governance in Bangalore means, can we use AI to manage traffic better? So many opportunities are there to deploy AI. The opportunity is to leverage the large amount of data that we have and come up with inferences for better management and better models, or even inferences from the data, patterns from the data, etc. Lot of, I feel it's a no-brainer actually in that sense. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. Sir, I'm Sandeep. I represent FSID in IISc. I have been fortunate to be an ex-Infosian too. My question is something in the last line that you said, compute commons. What is meaning of that? Is it like an open benchmark, open model, or something that you have in mind?
So first of all is data, right? Now there is an effort, I think IISc is also involved with that actually. Professor Inder Gopal's group, I don't remember the name of the group now. IUDX, right? They have now come out with the standards for creating common databases for public use, research use, used by startups, etc. All government data is being deployed as these databases and things like that. So, data as a DPI is the first thing that I can think of. Second is open models. Open source models or open models that can be deployed for various applications and things like that. And then as you write agents and things like that, these agents also can ride on some common infrastructure, which will be the DPI, DPG, etc. Just like UPI has a common layer, you can have the agent also using this common APIs and things like that to access. So for example, all the credit data is now being put into universal lending interface by the Reserve Bank of India. So anybody who wants to create a loan product can just go to this data and get all the information that's necessary to originate a loan. So such common databases and common APIs can be created.
Yeah, last question, please. Yeah.
I'm Shalab from IUDX. So actually, one of the things that you mentioned, India is very unique because of the diverse data sets it has, right? And we're seeing a lot of international companies actually trying to get access to that data. For example, OpenAI released a health stack where you can upload your.
Please make the question very brief.
So how do we preserve that data within India so the Indian company can actually benefit from it, rather, because I don't think we are ready yet to fully utilize that data, right?
See, we cannot say, don't use this application. If a citizen wants to use that application, they are free to use it. Only thing is, we have to educate them, and government will have to come up with regulations which says that, and this is what our committee proposed. Anything that belongs to citizens, even if, let's say, a company collects it and uses it, it must be also available for others. It's not their proprietary data. So if I use any company's name, it's just as an example. I'm just saying company XYZ is collecting that data. They can't use it exclusively for improving their models or their programs. They'll have to make it available for others also, so that it's truly a digital public good. So for example, map data, right, now must be made available for others also to use. Traffic data must be made available for others to use. You can collect it, but to use for your application, but it must be available for others also to use.
So let's thank Chris for a wonderful talk and urging India to lead from the front and become a global leader in resilient AI. And thank you. Our next invited speaker is Dr. Venkat Padmanabhan, Managing Director, Microsoft Research India. Venkat is known worldwide for his influential research in systems and networking. He is a PhD from the University of California, Berkeley. He is a fellow of INAE, fellow of IEEE, fellow of ACM. He is a recipient of the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award. And most importantly, he is the recipient of multiple Best Paper and Test of Time Paper Awards. So let's listen to Dr. Venkat Padmanabhan now. Let's welcome Dr. Venkat. Yeah.
And the India angle opportunity and so on, because it will allow me to jump right in, right? I will provide you a glimpse of work that's happening at Microsoft Research, particularly in Microsoft Research India, that intersects with some of the themes of this workshop. And, efficiency is what was in the title of the workshop, I think. I added efficacy. I think Chris redefined resilience. So I just added efficacy to talk about what it takes to take AI and make it actually produce results and make it useful for people, right? So, this is a AI stack picture that it's not an official diagram, something that I made up to just sort of convey that when we talk about AI, often the focus is on models, how large the models are getting and how, but there's a lot more to actually getting AI working than just the models. I mean, there is the underlying infrastructure, your compute infrastructure, hardware as well as software. There is what I'm calling as the intelligence infrastructure. The models are part of it, but things like retrieval, right? Unless you feed models with relevant data, they're not going to produce the desired results, right? So in some sense, that is there. There are applications, there is policy, and there are cross-cutting issues, things like security, extremely important. And what we're calling a science of AI, not to be confused with AI for science. This is really understanding why these models work and how they work, right? We know that they work empirically, and getting deeper insights can help us. Now, when I look at the work we do at Microsoft Research, particularly in India, there's a lot that we do that I would call as geo-independent. This is work that could be happening anywhere. We just have the people, the talent, the ideas here, and we do that. But there's also work we do that is inspired by our location in India, right? The problems we see at our doorstep, and then the opportunity to connect AI and technology with those problems and make a dent is something that excites us. And so we do that as well. So let me sort of dive into sort of set the stage here. So obviously AI infrastructure is growing by leaps and bounds. And, I just arrange these headlines in increasing order of dollar number. So, it starts with 80 billion, but that's nothing. It ends with $1 trillion, right? So in some sense, the amount of investment is staggering. And companies like Microsoft and Google essentially have become like the large CapEx companies of the old era, right? The things that were quite unimaginable are happening now. Now, given that kind of investment, obviously efficiency is extremely important for reasons of cost, for reasons of energy, right, and sustainability, because if you have so many GPUs, so many $1 billion of GPUs that have to be fed with power to make them work, you want to make sure that you don't destroy the planet while creating your AI, right? So now again, AI efficiency is not a single thing, right? There are multiple things here, and I've tried to organize this by saying, okay, at the bottom there is the hardware element, right? The GPUs, for example. You want to make sure that they are utilized effectively. Essentially, make all the flops count, right? Don't idle these. A second thing related to compute is offload, right? Today, the device in your pocket, your phone or your laptop, typically has what's called a neural processing unit, an NPU. We might as well use that rather than let it idle, right? So what does it take to use that? I will talk about that. Then, everyone, of course, talks about the large models, the frontier models with, trillions of parameters, and they're amazing. But depending on what you're trying to do, a much smaller model might be just fine. And obviously, a much smaller model also means something that's more efficient, that's less expensive. And finally, I think this will please Chiru. He was asking about energy. Leveraging renewable energy in the context of AI compute is an interesting opportunity, right? And I'll talk about that as well. Okay, so let me just sort of, it's a collection of slides, just try to illustrate these things. So when you look at GPU utilization, and I think it's like Transformers 101, essentially you have these layers of the transformer, and then there is computation that happens in the self-attention layer, and then what's called the feed-forward network. But at a very high level, when you ask ChatGPT a query, what you're giving as part of the prompt gets processed in parallel. That's the blue stuff here, right? So that's the query you're giving. And then it produces the answer, essentially token by token in an auto-regressive manner, right? And so in some sense, that's a sequential process. So what happens is that the blue stuff is pretty good at utilizing the flops of the GPU, right? Essentially, it is a compute-bound processing. But the token by token decode tends to be bottlenecked on the memory, because you're producing one token at a time, and I think next slide probably just briefly illustrate that. And therefore, you're idling your GPUs, and that from an efficiency viewpoint is not good. And the fact is that compute operates much faster than memory bandwidth, and so that's the issue. Okay, this clicker is not very reliable. Okay, so we have done some work to essentially make what is memory bound, or to point that way. Okay, thank you. Oh, the machine is there. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, let me just jump forward, right? Yeah, so the other thing is, okay, this is like essentially looking at sort of one GPU. But when you have, first of all, I didn't mention this, but today, a lot of the cost and a lot of the energy is going in inference, because the models are trained, and of course they're expensive to train. But given that there are real applications, once you train it, you're going to use it many, many times, right? So inference dominates. Now, when you're doing inference on a large model, the model may be so large that it cannot fit in the memory of a single GPU. Therefore, then the inference has to be spread across multiple GPUs, right? Whether in the same node or across nodes. And so the communication between these GPUs can also become a bottleneck. So from a systems viewpoint, those are things. So I think I'll just, in the interest of time, I see the counter is either it's running very fast or I'm going slow. So essentially, there is matrix multiplications happening all over the place. And in general, the larger the matrix that you can multiply, the more efficiency you get. So if you can accumulate a bunch of things and then do the multiplication, that's better. So I'll leave it at that. So what are the kinds of things that you can do and what we have done, right? On the left is the picture today. You process the prompt in parallel, and then you do this one at a time decoding for possibly multiple requests, and you're idling the GPUs. Instead, you can take your prompt, slice it up, and pack it with the decodes. We're calling it chunked prefills. That's the idea, right? So essentially, prefill is the parallel initial part. We chunk it up, and we mix it up with the decodes in such a way that you can utilize this much better. So this idea of chunk prefill that we worked on, maybe my colleagues worked on a couple of years ago, is now adopted widely, right? For example, VLLM is an open source serving stack that came out of Berkeley, I think. And it's part of that, and it's part of other stacks as well. So it's had quite a bit of influence, also published in a major conference. Now that works for the so-called feed-forward network, but where everything is being multiplied by the same matrix, so it's sort of easy. But at the attention layer, it is hard to do this kind of chunking and repacking. So there, we can do sort of parallelism at the level of these thread blocks, or CTAs they're called, where you take a streaming processor and give it a combination of prefill thread blocks or CTAs and decode CTAs, so that in combination, the compute and memory thing is balanced. It utilizes both of them in a balanced manner, right? So at a very high level, that's the idea. So you can utilize both of these. And finally, when you get to this distributed inference, where the model is spread across multiple GPUs, typically what happens is that you're processing this batch, you're doing the compute, and then you have to do a communication, what's called all reduce, where the partial results from multiple GPUs have to be brought together and shared and so on, right? And when that is happening, you're idling your compute because the communication is happening. So again, from a systems viewpoint, what you can do instead is you can split your batch into two and process them in a staggered manner. So essentially, while one of them is doing compute, the other is doing communication, and you have to balance this. Now, of course, there's a lot of intricacy here, so I'm just giving a very high-level picture. And so you can avoid this compute communication tension that exists. So anyway, this is a quick set of ideas that you can do. There are many other things that we have also worked on and others are working on. So the second thing is offload, right? So I talked about using GPUs more effectively. The second is offload. What does it take to leverage the GPU that's in your pocket, in your phone or in your laptop, right? There are many things, but one thing that you have to worry about, and there's a lot of opportunity, the GPU sitting idle, might as well use it. But you have to worry about security, right? So if you have a model, you may not be comfortable shipping that model to an insecure device, which is the client device, where the IP might get stolen, right? The model is your IP, and you don't want that to be stolen. And even if it is an open weights model and you don't worry about IP, you have to worry about integrity. How do you know that the client device is actually executing the model that you intend to execute, as opposed to doing something else, right? So you have to worry about both model protection and integrity, right? And so we have looked at both of these. And the intuition, for example, in the case of model protection is, the model may be very large, but you can decompose the weights into a relatively small critical part and a much larger non-critical part, right? So at a very high level, like 20,000 foot level, you can think of it as the most significant bits. A handful of most significant bits, if you hide, the rest of the large number of less significant bits can't do much damage, right? It's not obviously, it's a loose analogy. So my colleagues have worked on this, and they've demonstrated that, in fact, this WC, which is the critical part, is quite tiny. So the idea is that you keep that in the secure location, like the cloud. You compute that part there. You do the bulk of the work on the remaining bits on the insecure device. So you've shipped out bulk of the work, but you've made sure that the important bits are still with you. And for integrity, I don't think I have time, but essentially, again, there are some clever ideas leveraging some work from 50 years ago by Freivalds in 1977 to essentially allow a probabilistic way of checking that the computation is actually accurate. So if there's interest, I'm happy to tell you more offline, or better still, point you to my colleagues working on this, because they can answer this better than me. Okay, so let me speed along. The third one I talked about is small models. You don't need the giant model for everything. And so I would say Microsoft Research globally, not just the India lab, has been among the pioneers in this idea of SLMs, or small language models, where you're talking about models with maybe a few billion parameters where essentially, we are scaling or we are pushing on the frontiers by working on the quality of the training data, right? Essentially curating the training data in a way that you can get great results for the task at hand without having to scale the model, right? So we have this thing called the Phi series of models, and there's been a series of these models, and that continues. Now, one thing that we did in collaboration with our colleagues and some folks in the India lab working with the global set of labs is build a small language model for automating computer use, right? So think of AI navigating a website selecting your flights, and then booking the ticket for you. It has to sort of figure out how to navigate, where to click, what to click, what drop down to work on, and so on, right? And so we built this model, I think, 7 billion, so it's a fairly small model. This was announced like 2 months ago and got quite a bit of press. For example, in benchmarks, we found that this rivals much larger models like GPT-4o and so on in terms of accuracy. And that's what this chart also shows, where you're looking at accuracy versus cost. The FARA 7B is the leftmost curve here, right? So this just shows that LLMs are great, but they don't necessarily need to be the solution for everything. And finally, getting to power, obviously renewable energy is something that is growing, particularly in India. As AI energy consumption skyrockets, you have to think about the consequences of that from a sustainability viewpoint. So companies like Microsoft and other large companies have made commitments on being carbon neutral or carbon negative in the next few years. So the question is, how do we get there? Now, it turns out that the renewable energy itself is not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is the transmission capacity. You might have a wind farm or a solar plant somewhere. Getting power transmitted from there to where the compute is the bottleneck. So then the question is, can we do this differently? So what my colleagues are working on is this idea of green inferencing, where instead of transmitting the power to compute, ship the compute to where the power is. Have micro data centers co-located with these renewable energy plants, and then figure out a clever way of shipping work to these, right? You have to deal with the fact that the wind is not blowing all the time, or the clouds may come and the solar thing may dip. So it has to be, it's not good for every workload, but there's plenty of workload. A good example is, you have a meeting, a Teams meeting, gets recorded, and then you can use AI to analyze it and so on. That doesn't have to happen instantly. That can happen, 15, 20 minutes or whatever. So you have some window of time. Okay, so I think my time is up, unfortunately. But anyway, so we are working on this. I did have a whole other thing on efficacy, but let me just sort of end with this slide where, in the interest of time, I will stop. But there's a lot of work we do that leverages our location in India, where we work with the ecosystem to identify problems and sort of work together with partners, whether they are startups or startups that we have spun out, like Karya and Digital Green, NGOs and so on. I'd love to sort of talk to people if there's interest on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Venkat, for a very nice talk. Thank you, Venkat, for a very nice talk. Time for questions. We'll have time for 2 questions.
Thanks for a beautiful presentation. I have only one quick question. So talking about SLMs, right? So these days I see often people download these models in their systems and they build on their own. And the repetition of these kinds of SLMs happening, they retraining the model, leading it to an LLM again, is happening in a different way. Like big, large companies, including startups these days, they're just creating a wrapper out of SLM and selling it as a new startup and again taking funds. It's a huge fund. Okay, let's not go there. But what is your take on retraining an SLM just because it is not fitting a one factor, rather than communities like Microsoft can build a community where we can actually add it as an agentic add-on rather than recreating the whole system? Any takes on this view?
Okay, maybe I need to understand the question fully, but if you're saying that you want to personalize it, or like let's say you want to customize the model for a particular use case, absolutely. So there is a lot of work, and we have something, for example, called Copilot tuning, where you can take an existing model and tune it for a particular role in a company. So think of the legal department at IISc. They may have particular terminology, particular things they want to do. Making it very easy for that kind of customization, absolutely we do, right? And that is something you could do for SLMs. You can even do it for larger models. So maybe we can take this offline, but I think you can certainly do what you're saying, and people are very much working on things like that. Sorry, redundancy in terms of work here you do? Okay, sorry, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Sir, I'm Dr. Agrawal. I'm working as professor in CMR University. My question is, we know a lot many LLMs have been launched by different big companies, and everybody is using LLM to larger extent, and lots of AI queries are floated on daily basis. So my question is, can we do something to reduce the carbon footprint which is generated from LLMs?
Yeah, so that was the last part of my talk, right? Like leveraging renewable power is certainly one way of doing it. There are research ideas like what I talked about, but on the commercial level as well, like, for example, Microsoft is building its 4th big region in India, in Hyderabad, and it is going to be, entirely water-free. It will be sort of closed circuit, air-cooled, and we're buying renewable power from Renew, which is a big company in India, and so on. So I think a bunch of things are happening, but there are also research ideas of shipping compute to data centers, which are not in production, but if we can prove them out in research, could also make a big difference.
But sir, we are talking about the scalability to resilient AI. So how much time, according to you, in India, especially in India, how much time it will take to adopt the resilience in AI?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by resilience, but the use of renewable power in this is already happening, and I would say in the next 5 years you will see massive shift, right, in leveraging renewable power for such compute. Yeah. Thank you.
Time for just one more question. Yeah, please.
Hi, this is Prodipto. I'm associate professor at Indian Institute of Science. So very quick question. So the complexity analysis and the energy usage that you mentioned, is it during training time or execution time?
Most of what I focused on was during inference, because that tends to dominate now in terms of cost. But there's work we have done in training as well. But this is all, what I talked about is all inference.
Thank you.
So, yeah, just one more question. Quick question.
Yeah, thank you, Venkat. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. A quick question. Considering that we are moving a lot, globally from LLMs to more, reasoning-driven, sort of, models and or objective-driven architectures, which I presume requires a lot more energy, at least 30, 50 times, than what it is. Do you think globally we are looking at this problem proactively rather than trying to solve this, once these models actually proliferate?
No, I think people are very alive to the reality that, the number of so-called thinking tokens far exceeds the number of actual output tokens that go out, right? So people are very much looking at it. And when we look at, planning for energy and so on, that is very much accounted for, yes.
So excellent talk on 4 extremely innovative ideas for AI efficiency and efficacy. Let's thank Dr. Venkat Padmanabhan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Pratik Jain. Pratik is currently distinguished scientist at Google DeepMind. He's a PhD from the University of Texas, Austin. He's widely known for his foundational research in efficient and elastic architectures for large language models, scale and non-convex optimization techniques, and also in resource-constrained machine learning. These are all topics extremely relevant for today's discussion. Pratik is currently leading the machine learning and optimization team at Google DeepMind. He also co-leads a very strategic team, long-term model research for Gemini. He's going to talk to us about AI at Google, Matryoshka structure, adaptive models. Over to Pratik for his talk. Okay, all right. Hey, very nice to meet you. Let's welcome Prateek.
Thank you so much, Professor Narahari, for the introduction, and thanks to Chiru and all the organizers for having me here at this wonderful event. I must say that Chiru has put me in a tough spot, asking me to not only follow Shri Krish, but also Venkat, who is like an inspirational research leader. And I have had fortune of learning from him for almost 10, 11 years. So today I'm going to talk about bringing adaptivity in large language models. So to sort of set the stage, let's first look at how machine learning was done in, say, 2016 versus how it is done in 2026. By the way, just in case you are thinking that I made this amazing slide, I did not. I just relied on Nano Banana to sort of beautify my very sort of bare bones slide. Anyway, so in 2026, like the approach was, like while deep learning had become a commodity, it has become very popular. Still, the general approach was, let's take a problem, let's figure out what are the accuracy requirements, what are the deployment constraints, how much energy we want to spend in solving the problem, how much latency we are willing to have, what kind of throughput or like queries per second we would want to address. You take all of that, you then collect some bit of label data, and then you design a neural network just for your task. You will say, okay, so for my current accuracy requirement, for my latency requirement, for my power requirements, I have this very specialized neural network that I train. I will train it, I will validate it, and then I will go and deploy it, right? So that was the pipeline. And while this pipeline was successful, still, as you can see, it had a lot of steps, and you can get sort of bogged down by any of the steps. Like even defining many times the problem was hard, collecting data, training models, deploying models. It was a challenge, right? Life has changed significantly. We are in 2026, where we are in the generative AI era, where all we need to do is think of a vague problem specification, maybe cook up a few examples, give it to a large language models like, say, Gemini, and that's it. Like the Gemini will start sort of solving your problem in many, many cases, and you can just use the standard, like in the deployment framework, to go run your models. So that's great. So your time to sort of thinking about problem to going and actually deploying it, it has become really, really short. But we are paying a price, which is that we are now relying on this one single foundational model to go solve our tasks, right? And these tasks might be very different. Like these tasks might be super, super complicated tasks, but they can be very simple tasks. Like it could be a task as simple as sentiment. It might be as simple as a sentiment classification. That, okay, I have this review of my product. Is the sentiment positive or negative for this product, right? So because of that, now what happens is one single model is serving these very different kind of tasks, which means that it will not be able to sort of cater to the desired latency or cost or power requirements of each of these tasks. Right. So the idea that we are bringing here is that can we bake adaptivity in the model itself so that at test time, so you can follow the same recipe. You can still build one single foundational model, but within that model, you have so much adaptivity baked in that you will pick up whatever required part of the model for your individual task. So if your task is very simple, you maybe pick a very, very small part of the model and just pass your data or query through it. But if the task is very challenging, like solving maybe an IMO problem, you would want to use then the full model in its full strength. All right, and to do this, we have come up with this sort of a general approach of Matryoshka models. That is, we would want to put one model within the next model within next model. And this approach has sort of, we have tried it out in various ways. We have sort of, made sure that, as you sort of, put this approach to test on different axes, on different sort of, extreme angles, is it working or not? And what we found is invariably so far, that the approach has been holding along multiple axes. So I will not have time to talk about all the work that we have done in this space, but let me give a very high-level bit here. So the first line of work that we did was around Matryoshka embeddings or nested embeddings, where the idea was that when you are sort of creating embedding of data, let's say if I have a text document, I can create an embedding of that document, which then I can use to retrieve the document or sort of find nearest neighbors to the documents, etc. So it's a very, very common technique. Now, in earlier times, what used to happen was people would come and say that, okay, I will create an embedding which is 256 dimensional. Then somebody will say, no, 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 this 256 dimensional embedding of the document is not enough for me. I need much smaller storage. So somebody will then have to design a new embedding model to create a 128 dimensional embedding. Somebody will need to then redesign maybe 64 dimensional embedding. So you had to redesign the same kind of architecture for multiple use cases. In Matryoshka embedding, what we were able to do was you train one single embedding model, but within that single embedding model, you can nest multiple dimensional embedding. So you can, within a 256 dimensional embedding, you can have a 128 dimensional embedding, you can have a 64 dimensional embedding, and so on. So you train once, you release your embeddings to your clientele, and then based on the requirements of each use case, people can pick and choose how they want to go about these embeddings, right? So this approach became fairly popular because of its generality. It did not care for what was the underlying architecture, what was the optimization function, what was the loss function, etc. It was a general technique, so it could be applied to pretty much any setting. And because of that, it has become fairly popular, where pretty much all the embedding models that are out there use this kind of nested structure. Last I checked on Hugging Face, Matryoshka embeddings kind of models were downloaded maybe more 15 million times every month, etc. So it has been fairly sort of standard approach now. The other then approach that we came building upon this idea of Matryoshka embeddings was that of matformers. That is, we want to now take our large language models and bring the same sort of nested structure within it. So there, what we did was, in matformers, we took one transformer architecture and we had this nested structure in the transformer architecture. I'll talk about matformers in a little bit more detail. Time permitting, I'll also talk about matquant, where the idea is to have similar nested structure, but in the quantization of model. Again, quantization becomes very, very important to make sure that the model can be served at very low cost, at low power, and in low latency regime. And finally, we have this nested routing kind of structure when we want to deal with very long context. Like if you have a long video, you want to understand what is going on in the video, we have this new approach of Monet that can do this nested model building to make sure that we can do this long context video understanding in much, much more cost-effective fashion. Let me quickly go over matformers. This is your standard transformer architecture. Venkat also displayed it. Let's just focus on feed-forward network for now, because that's where most of the cost and energy ends up going, unless you are looking at very long context inputs. So there, this feed-forward network has basically this very simple structure of a key value retrieval. That is, you get this token embedding. You look into this database of W vectors, and it tells you that, okay, what all vectors might be important, which is then denoted by this activation. And then you basically take those activations and you combine them in some ways using this second matrix, and you get your next sort of token representation. So this sort of part ends up costing the most in terms of power, cost, etc. So our initial thought was, let's try to see if we can bring in the Matryoshka embedding structure within this feed-forward network. That is, can I sort of say that I have these various activations or neurons? I can sort of say that first 1/4 of the activations or neurons belong to my smallest model. And then the second set of activations, that is, let's say, these activations belong to my medium-sized model. These belong to my large-sized model, and this belong to my full Excel-sized model. So within one model, now I have nested my extra large, medium, and small-sized models, right? And like, now here we are using this exponential spaced granularity. That is, we are sort of saying that, okay, if the largest model has, say, I don't know, 16,000 activations, then the large size model should have, say, 8,000 activations and then 4,000 and 2,000 activations, so that we are covering as wide a range as possible. Okay. And now we can take this matformer block, we can put them together to form our matformer model, right? And while this idea I'm explaining mainly around the feed-forward layer, but actually this idea can be applied on pretty much all axes of your model. So it can be applied to depth, it can be applied to attention, it could be applied to the token representation of the token. So it can be, it's a fairly general idea, and various follow-up works have also sort of taken it into various other regimes, like looking at it in the input regime, output regime, etc. And how do you then go and train it? So while I can define this architecture, but I should be able to train this architecture in an efficient manner, what we end up finding is that the most simple thing that we could have thought of works out fairly well. That is, if I take laws for each of these nested submodels, add it up in some weighted form, and create a joint training function, and then let's just go and optimize it. Of course, you can sort of optimize it in ways so that it doesn't end up costing you too much, because one option is that for every batch, you will do forward and backward pass with every single model, but you can come up with more intelligent techniques like picking some of the model, doing forward backward pass only with them in certain batches. So those details aside, the bottom line is that this can be trained in an efficient manner. And what we can now get is, in one single model, we have these multiple models nested, right? So that's good. So here, how many models will be nested? There'll be basically 3 models nested within this one large Excel-sized model. So this can ensure that, as we are doing our adaptive inference, we can pick and choose whatever models we want. So let's say if I am deploying my model on a mobile phone, maybe I can pick an M-size model, and so on a mobile phone, I can pick my S-size model and deploy it there. But on a more powerful laptop with GPUs, powerful GPUs, I can put maybe an L-size model. So I can sort of pick and choose my models. So that's good. But the interesting part is that now I can do something called mix and match to not only generate these 3 or 4 nested models, but actually hundreds of nested models. So the idea behind mix and match is that within each layer, I can pick one of the granularity. So let's say the bottommost transformer layer has Excel-sized granularity, but the second layer has S-size granularity, and the third layer has maybe M-size granularity. So by doing that, you can actually pick hundreds or thousands, or in fact, millions of models. And now what you can do is you can sort of figure out that what model's performance is working best for your use case, for your power constraints, for your data constraints, right? So this is what we end up finding. So due to this flexibility, we released Matformer in Gemma 3N, which is the model that is powering Gemini, the on-device Gemini for Pixel 10 phones, various Samsung phones, and various other partners, Android partners. And the advantage of Matformer here is that we have a 2 billion parameter model sitting within the base 4 billion parameter model of Gemma, which means that in the same RAM, I have not just a 4 billion parameter model, but I have a 2 billion parameter model. In fact, I have many more. I have even a 3 billion parameter model, a 3.5 billion parameter model, etc. All these models are sitting there. And now, based on your application's requirement, if your application is relatively easy, like say Gboard, where you are just doing next word prediction, you can use 2 billion parameter model. But if your application is a lot more complicated, maybe you are using it for some sort of personal assistant, you would want to use full power of 4 billion parameter. And here, what we demonstrate is that as you change the number of parameters, the accuracy of the model changes smoothly. That is, this is our 2 billion parameter model, this is our 4 billion parameter model. But these are the models that we just literally read off by doing this mix and match. So we did not have to do any additional training, no additional distillation, nothing. Just by reading it off, we were able to sort of generate this entire curve of cost versus accuracy, or number of parameters versus accuracy. All right, I have only 45 seconds remaining. So let me just give a very brief overview of the next line of work that is, which is that of Matryoshka quantization. So idea here is like, even more simple. When, as Venkat said, that like, when you are doing decode, you are mainly memory bound. That is most of the time, your GPU is sitting idle. All you are doing is you are taking your weights from your high bandwidth memory and transferring it to the SRAM on the device. Right? And so if you can cut down that cost, then your latency reduces significantly for your decode. Actually, it helps, like quantization helps prefill also because you reduce the size of the model. And in prefill, you are very constrained on the total memory that is available to you. So it helps both, but mainly, let's say, decode. So Gemma 9, Gemma, let's say 2 models are like, say int 8 quantized. So it's a very sort of standard approach to make the models efficient. But now if I have this 8-bit quantization model, I can naturally sort of say that why not nest multiple models within it, right? That is, I can put a 4-bit quantized model and a 2-bit quantized model also. That is, what I can do is just take the first 2 bits here, and that becomes my 2-bit quantized model. And I can take first 4 bits here. I can create a 4-bit quantized model. So in some sense, quantization already has this Matryoshka structure embedded within it. Although the issue is that if you just create these 2-bit or 4-bit quantization models, because the models were not explicitly trained with this kind of loss, these kind of sort of quantization, it ends up hurting the quality significantly. So in Matryoshka quantization, what we end up doing is so this is what this sliced thing shows. That is, if you just slice out your int 8 model, then the accuracy can decrease significantly. In Matryoshka quantization, what we do is we give a joint loss and directly optimize for that. And if you do that, then what we observe is that the model's accuracy becomes significantly better. In fact, compared to, say, training just a 2-bit quantized model, this Matryoshka quantization ends up giving you 3% lift, at least on some benchmark. So it ends up, in fact, helping you on your standard 2-bit quantization. But now the advantage is that you can create this series of models also, where the effective bit rate is not just 2 or 4 or 8. You can also get a 6-bit model. You can even get a 3-bit model, 2.5-bit model, like whatever effective rate you want. And by using some more sort of tricks, you are able to actually get this entire Pareto curve to look very good, like to look almost as good as the best you could have hoped for. So skipping over all this, so one of the key idea that came in handy to make this Pareto curve work is that of co-distillation. That is, when we are training, let's say, into quantized model, we are also distilling from the int 8 quantization that we are running live. So by doing this live co-distillation, we found that like the accuracy of the model can be improved significantly. Let me finish quickly. So basically, adaptivity and elasticity are like really, really crucial components of AI models, because as we go towards like these single large giant models that are serving everything, we would want to make sure that there are ways of using them in the way that best fits our application. And this principle of sort of nested models or Matryoshka generalizes fairly well across multiple sort of modern blocks. And it is fairly easy to use, scalable. So I please go try it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a marvelous talk, Prateek. Time for a few questions.
Hello.
Yeah, maybe you can.
Hello. Myself, Yash, I'm a project associate in IISc. So you talked about these nested models and all. Like when we are into the application side of this, I just wanted to know like how is the trade-off between the training or inference time when we are doing the nested model training for the 4 billion parameter one and the one which is just a model with 4 billion. So
Okay.
how is the inference time trade-off?
Yeah, so training time, you have to pay cost somewhat less than what you would have paid for training a standalone 4 billion parameter model and a 2 billion parameter model. But now you're getting a 3 billion parameter model for free, a 3.5 billion parameter model for free and all. So you are getting the series of model for free by paying cost of training 2 models. So that's on the training side. On the inference side, it depends on your setup. you should be able to pay the cost of whatever inference size model you want to pick. So let's say if you are picking a 3 billion parameter model, if you are optimizing your system well, you should be able to pay price for that only. But if you're not careful, then yeah, like, it might be hard to sort of utilize that.
Okay, and when we talk about the training side, like you said about different models. So for the 4 billion, like, do you have any exact thing, like how much does it take? Any, like,
So roughly 4 billion, let's say, would be, I'm just giving rough estimates, will be about, say, 2 times more expensive than 2 billion. So what you are doing is you are paying 50% more cost of training one single 4 billion parameter model, but you are getting all these models for free.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hello, I am Kalash Kala and I am also a project associate at IISc. So my question was that, like, so in all the math variations, like math embedding, math transformers and all, so like, is your approach like you use like math embeddings to, create those fundamental like blocks like 2 billion, 4 billion, those parameters, or for each and every implementation you have something like you find something fundamental and then try to make subsets out of it? I hope, like.
So in some sense, yeah, like, what you would want is, like, this technique is useful only if almost out of box people can use it in adaptive fashion. Because if you have to do a lot of work to extract out the, the smaller subpart, then it's not really worth it. So that's how we picked up things. So like, say, if it is just embedding, then like the simplest thing to slice is embedding dimension. Same with, say, transformer architecture. Like the simplest thing to slice was FFN layer. The attention heads and all also can be done. So yeah, like, we try to sort of focus on the simplicity, that, okay, what is the simplest thing that I can just slice off? And that reflects well also on the model capacity as well as on simplicity of using it. And that's what we went after.
Okay, thank you.
One more question.
Hi, I'm Saurabh from FSID. Thanks for the talk. Your work on Matryoshka embeddings suggests that a vast majority of these semantic signals can be compressed into these initial dimensions, right? So it's like a two-part question. So how much headroom do you think we still have with us? How much does your gut say that we can compress it down even more and see these model sizes reduce in the coming years? And also, if these over-parameterization is still a necessary cost that we have to pay for these emergent capabilities to emerge out of these models.
Okay.
Can we do AI for, can we see these scientific discoveries happening with these small compressed models, or we still need these emergent capabilities from the large models?
So the second is probably like much bigger discussion, but let me first at least address the first part, which is that you're right that what's surprising was that somehow the structure seems to be, at least along the axis that we explored, structures seem to be sort of, present in a very modular fashion. That is, if I look at the embeddings, the first 16 embeddings would capture a rough resolution of the world. That is, they were able to differentiate between, like if I'm talking, let's say, image embedding, then they were able to differentiate between birds and humans, right? But now, if I want to go further, down and understand like the difference between different birds, that's when I would want to go from 16 to 32 dimension. And then if I need to go even further, differentiate these species, I will need to go from 32 to 64. So somehow, this very nicely, in a modular structure, the information seems to be organized in these networks and in these embeddings, which was a revelation. And that's what we found also with, say, the Matformer work. In terms of how much more compressibility is there, that's a somewhat tricky question because a lot of components have to come together there. General gut feel is that we are already pushing things very close to the amount of information we want to pack within these models. But yeah, maybe new research ideas can unlock it. As for whether you do need really large models to unlock these emergent abilities, that, I mean, so far, whatever, proof points we have, it does feel like you do need very large models, but that large can be quantified in a variety of ways, right? So large could be the amount of computation you have to do. Large can be the number of parameters you need. Large might be the amount of inference time, sort of, flops you need to spend, like the number of thinking tokens you need to spend. So so there are multiple axes on which you can sort of go explore this large. And I don't know what would be the correct, like, whether if I just scale number of parameters, but keep the amount of compute that I do to be very small by making these parameters sparse, would that be enough? I don't know. So it's a very sort of fascinating question. But one thing that I would definitely encourage is to just think about the large computation or large sort of part from sort of multiple axes.
Thank you. Thank you, Pratik.
Thank you.
Beautiful talk.
Okay, thank you so much.
On elasticity and also adaptability of the models. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Give it back. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Prashanta Kumar Ghosh. He is on the Faculty of Electrical Engineering Department at the Indian Institute of Science. He is a very accomplished researcher in speech signal processing. His work is mostly focused on human-centered signal processing, including speech signal processing, with application to education and healthcare sectors. He has done a lot of influential work in these areas. One of the most recent examples of his influential work can be seen in the Vani project. So today he's going to talk to us about the Vani project, which is a project on multimodal, creating a multimodal data set for Indian languages. Over to Prashanta.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you, Professor Narari, for the nice introduction. Thank you, Professor Chiru and the organizing committee to invite me here. So for next few minutes, I'm going to talk about the journey of Vani over the last 3 years. It's a project through which we wanted to capture the multimodal way of capturing this Indian language landscape. So I'll talk about why, what, and how about Vani. So let me begin with why. This is a cartoon way of capturing why we wanted to do Vani. Think of a lady from a remote village in India trying to seek help of a service through her voice because she can't type. As you know, many of us use the voice feature of WhatsApp, even don't type, right? Some of them cannot even type. And she finds it difficult because the AI behind the service cannot recognize her voice. And so if we fail to cover users like her, we fail to cover a majority of the Indian population, and mostly from rural areas. So the idea was, how do we really spread the solutions, AI solutions today, particularly on voice, to these people and population. And also we know that India is not about one language. Majority of the Indians can't speak English, and often they speak multiple languages. How we solve all this problem is where Vani began. Just to give you an idea about some of the applications that are voice-enabled that exist today, some of them are here on the screen. And the biggest challenge that many of them are not that widespread and successful is that India has multiple languages, of course, official languages or scheduled languages. There are more non-scheduled. There are more dialects and accents across all those languages. And how do you build solutions that cover all of them becomes a daunting task. So if you look at how these models are built, data is the gold for all of these models. And models build ornaments, as I say. So what data exists today? Of course, there is a constant effort of building the data, I'm talking about the voice data sets, but as you also may be aware of, that it's predominantly English. And that makes it challenging to cater to some of the services that I just mentioned in the beginning. So if you look at the data sets in Indian languages, in this bubble manner, without Vani, this is how it looks. And we wanted to make a big impact on this landscape. So one of the reasons that we felt when we started 3 years back, the limitations of the existing approaches was that they were language-centric approach. By that I mean, when we collect data, we go to an individual and ask him or her to speak, ask them to speak in Hindi or speak in Telugu or speak in Marathi, right? But often we did not realize that they may not be speaking the Marathi we wanted them to speak. They may be speaking something else. And that's what we wanted to discover through Vani. So this saying, as you see on the top of the screen, which says "Kos kos par badle pani, tyar kos par vani," it just tells us that languages in India are not discrete. They are like colors, changing slowly from one to another over the geography of the country. And we wanted to really quantify it, discretize it, this continuous function. It was a challenge. So what we realized that in India, if you look at geographically, there are 773 districts, right? And how do we cover the entire country was a challenge, and we had to take a call. I'm just going to come to that. So the philosophy of Vani, based on these learnings, was that we are going to go not in a language-anchored manner. Rather, we're going to go in a district-anchored manner. So it means we go to a district and sample population, some speakers, and ask them, what language do you speak at home? In fact, this label comes quite wrong. Somebody thinks that they speak Hindi, or he or she speaks Hindi, but actually they're speaking Bhojpuri. So that becomes a label, but it also helps us discover languages which are even not captured in the latest census. So that's first one. And because it's continuous, it helped us to capture this slight variation in languages. So the vision of Vani is to create this language, dialect-rich corpus, build solutions on top of it to discover whether the existing tools, solutions already are good or they need still improvement. And of course, when we build these tools, we do the empowering of stakeholders and democratize AI for all these Indian languages. So let me move on. And let me tell you why we wanted to take this approach. So in Vani, what we do, we present an image to a speaker and ask that speaker to talk about that image. So this helps us to solve many problems. Number one, the speaker need not be literate. Number two, the image that are captured, they are local, that from that district. So that naturally captured the diversity and culturally, unbiased way of representing the Indian continent. And third, it increases the vocabularies because as we see many images, it also brings a lot of associated words as these people speak. Right? And people also found it very, comfortable to talk about an image at their home in isolation, not being confronted by by another speaker, and they may feel shy to speak. So traditional approaches often use rate speech or conversational speech, but we chose image prompting for all those reasons. So as of today, we are at the end of phase 2 of Vani. We have now open sourced 31,000 hours plus speech from 156,000 speakers from 165 districts, having a coverage of 109 languages, speaker declared, out of those 2,000 plus hours transcribed. So that's where we stand today, and we'd like to take it forward. So this is a visual way of presenting all the statistics. I'll not repeat that. Let me move on to the core part of it. So here are some samples. Maybe I'll not go into playing for now, but this just represent, if you go to one web page, we do present a way where you can go to a district, go to a sample a speaker, an image, and can listen to that person's voice. It truly represent this language diversity. So there is a complex process behind this outcome, and this slide captures that in brief. So one is the multimodal data. It has images, it has audio recordings, it has transcription, right? For each of them, we had to follow a very detailed set of steps to make sure the outcome is of high quality. Still, we have challenges. So for image, it's captured by the local district people. We had to make sure that images are proper. It should not contain PII, which is called personal identifiable information, right? And it also has diversity. Then for the audio, we get the recordings, and it goes through multiple levels of automatic, semi-automatic, and manual checks before it is released in public. And same for transcription. A person types out by listening what he or she hears, and it goes through a total of 3 validation stages to make sure that the outcome, what is typed, is actually correct. And I'll come to some learnings that happened because of that. So in this journey, we also collect from every speaker a very rich metadata, starting from not just their gender and age, but also their socioeconomic status, to understand the correlation between what kind of background they are from, what is their status, and the speech, if there is any, and many others. So here are some samples. So for example, if you look at this map, it shows per district how many speakers PIN code we could record from. As you can see, there are some districts which are very difficult to sample, while some others are more dense. So we could get many more varieties. You may also see that it is Hindi predominant. So it means it's, speaker declared language, and they think they're speaking Hindi. Now let me tell you the challenges and learnings that we had. So begin with challenges. So the very first thing we found is the geographical barrier. There are some cases where it was difficult even to reach to those places. But when I say reach, it means we have to reach to the speaker. We need to reach to the experts in those regions, right? And just sheer way, the way the location is not reachable by transport, or even because of due to lack of internet, and so on and so forth, it's become very, very difficult in some of the districts. Then the next was getting skilled people. You may probably, feel that recording speech, writing it down what somebody is speaking, may be a very trivial task. Actually, the more and more I do this, I realize that it is a super duper skilled task. And I'm coming to the transcription part in a bit. So getting skilled people was quite difficult because it requires training. And the training can only happen if you have a person who can get trained quickly and then do as you want. Next, particularly, was getting linguists and experts in rare languages, which was very difficult. And we had to take several calls after a lot of struggle and getting some of the experts in those languages. Another challenge was many of our automated systems were dependent on existing tools and ASR models, automatic speech recognition models. And then they don't do well. And we had difficulty in processing, checking the quality of those recordings in those languages. Again, another challenge where languages did not have script. We had to decide which is the closest script to borrow from, which language script to borrow from, right? And those are some of the calls we had to take live as we did the project. Of course, there's a financial aspect because, as you can imagine, through this project, thousands of people got employed. And of course, they look this as an opportunity. It's a financial opportunity for them, and it's a financial engagement also. So how do you really run this machine over the years is a challenge. Let me tell you some of the learnings, and that's the one I was mentioning a couple of times, which is the top left, about high WER difficulty. So WER stands for word error rate. So if you get a recording and give it to two individuals from the same district where the recording was done, we realize that those two people's transcription, or what they type, do not match. And they don't match because of many, many reasons. And when you calculate how different they are through something called word error rate, how many words do not match, we realize that rarely go beyond 10%. So there is an inherent disagreement between multiple transcribers as we get it done, even through the native person of the respective districts. And what we realize also is that if you give that to a regular transcriber of that language, then it goes even more than that, 30–40% WER. So let me give you one example. If you take Telugu as a language, we have found 4 major variants. One is Guntur Krishna, another is Visakhapatnam area, another is Anandpur Chittur, another is Nalgonda Karimnagar. They're all speaking Telugu, but it turns out that a person who is from Nalgonda cannot even understand. They realize that somebody is speaking in that recording from Krishna, but they can't even type what they're speaking. Now I'm talking about not even that. I'm talking about getting 2 transcribers from Nalgonda itself. They don't agree with each other. And this is the inherent problem. I think it just tells us the underlying modeling, the way we have to model speech recognition and how to evaluate it. I think this brings us those critical questions. I'll move on. There are a bunch of learning. For the sake of time, I'll not go into the details. But I must mention that some of the languages that we discovered and the recordings and their transcriptions, they are not present even in census. So this is a nice return for all of us. So here is the link where the Vani data is hosted. So you're all welcome to download, use, and give feedback. What this slide shows is the current statistics of download. There are a large number of applications, Vani being multimodal data. I'm not going to those details. Many of you are experts here in many of those. Just going forward, what we'd like to see Vani supporting the startup ecosystem, helping to do better and impactful research, and expanding the community. So let me move on and tell you 1 and 2 experiments if possible. So what we did, just to see how good is this or useful is the Vani data, we took what is called a whisper small ASR. So as you see here, and we took many, many open-sourced test sets which are in the x-axis. So we ran the whisper small as is on those test sets from open-source data sets, and those are in blue colors. Now, then we use Vani data to fine-tune whisper small, and that reduces that fine-tuned model on all the corpora that are out there in the market. This is for Hindi, but it's not for Hindi alone. Kannada and many other languages this trend is observed. So that shows that Vani data indeed brings complementarity to what exists today. I'll skip the next slide. I see that the time is up. Just 1 minute. We have seen also several startups have found the Vani data useful. They are using in their systems and getting better performance. So in a sense, this data, Vani database, is what India is speaking. We are going to individuals across the country and collecting in the language they speak at home. So we all need to come together, right? Not just our Vani team, but I invite everybody to come, contribute, give your ideas, use the data, give feedback to make the AI inclusive for digital India. With that note, I'll stop. Thank you.
We have time for a few questions.
Yeah.
So any work done on Kannada language? Because Kannada is totally different in Bangalore, Mysore, Mangalore and Hubli, Karnataka.
Yes, yes.
Any work is done on that?
Yes. So for Kannada, we have, I don't remember exactly the number of districts, but we certainly cover the 5 variants of Kannada. For example, the Dharwad Kannada, the Mysore Kannada, the Bellary Kannada, of course the standard Bangalore Kannada and North Karnataka Kannada. And we pretty much do that not by even this name, but we just go to the individuals in those districts and record the way they speak.
Any other question?
So I have a quick question. We have a SaaS platform for quality assessment of agriculture crops. We have built a bot which where farmers can ask questions based on images, and there are interactions goes on. But of course, we have opened up for 7 languages already. We have worked in 7 different states. So my question comes: is there any APIs open for through Vani to which we can integrate into our systems?
We have put out models in Hugging Face, but we have not put them as an API at this point. So you are free to use the models that are up there in the Hugging Face.
You had a question. Namaskar, my name is Raghu. I'm from Chemical Engineering.
I think you have to turn on the mic, please.
I have a different question. May not be related to this, but partly related. See, we are seeing so many archaeology stones and all. There are different types of Sanskrit text and all embedded. Generally, we have one thing, text to speech, speech to text. Whether these models will help those things to decipher what is written 100 years back, 200 years back, 300 years back. Archaeology department, stones.
So this is from the script on the stone. So this database is primarily for interfacing speech with image or text, right? So it does not directly solve the problem that you are saying, and those languages may be even different from what we have today. So I'm not sure at this moment that it can directly help, but I need to think and come back. I see. I see.
Deciphering those texts, but still it's a difficult task. So this AI technology, from text to speech, speech to text, can be tried. That's what I want to tell you.
Sure. I mean, I'd like to know more and come back to you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you, Prashanta, for telling us about this wonderful nation scale project. We would like to hear more about it. I'm sure we'll hear more about it in the years to come. Thank you very much for a very nice talk.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So I will not take too much time as session chair. All of you will agree with me that we had an extraordinary session, a memorable session. No, I will not stop so soon. I think the session was on tackling data and compute challenges in building efficient, scalable, and high-impact AI systems. I think for me, the highlight from the session was, we got so many extraordinary creative ideas and extremely innovative sort of ways of achieving efficiency, efficacy, elasticity, adaptability, and so on. And I think all the talks told us how all of these will enable us to advance the research and practice of resilient AI systems. We must really thank for all their wonderful talks. All the 4 speakers, Dr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Dr. Venkat Padmanabhan, Dr. Pratik Jain, and Professor Prashanta Ghosh. Let's put up a big hand for all these excellent talks today. And we now break for lunch, and the next session starts exactly at 2 p.m. here. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all the nice questions also. I think that concludes this particular session. Thank you.
The audience can head to the third floor for lunch. The speakers and invitees, lunch is arranged in the left side of the auditorium. The auditorium's left. Please be back at 2 p.m. for the next session. Yeah. Can everybody please come in? The session is going to start.
Check, check, check. Mic testing, check. Check.
Please be seated. We begin our session 2, Challenges and Strategies in AI Research and Impact Pathways. Professor Navkan Bhatt, Dean, Division of Interdisciplinary Sciences, Professor at Center of Nanoscience and Engineering at IISc, and alumni from IIT Bombay and the Stanford University. Professor has paid major initiative at IISc in nanoelectronics, which eventually led to the creation of Center for Nanoscience and Engineering at IISc. Professor was instrumental in creating the National Nanofabrication Center, benchmark against the best university facilities in the world. He has led the National Nano Users Program, which trained more than 4,000 researchers from across the country with numerous contributions to the field. He is a fellow of the Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences, IEEE, and many more. He is a recipient of Infosys Prize for Engineering and Computer Science, Bharat Innovator Award, Dr. Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellowship, and the awards go on. Professor is also the chair, Vision Group of Nanotechnology, Government of India. I invite our session chair, Professor Navkan Bhatt, on stage.
Very good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed my pleasure to chair this session. Actually, this session will be co-chaired by me and Professor Narahari. He is somewhere around. This is indeed a great pleasure for me to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Devi Shetty. This conference is about AI, scale and resilience, and we don't have a better person who personifies that, in terms of the scale and lives that he has touched. He needs no introduction, but formality. Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, born in 1953, is an Indian cardiac surgeon who is the chair and founder of Narayana Health, a chain of 24 medical centers in India. He has performed more than 100,000 heart operations. In 2004, he was awarded Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award, followed by Padma Bhushan in 2012, the third highest civilian award by the Government of India, for his contribution to the field of affordable healthcare. Without much ado, over to you, Dr. Devi Shetty.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm okay. Can I have the first slide? Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. If there is one industry which will get completely disrupted beyond recognition with the AI, is going to be healthcare industry. In the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about what AI can do in healthcare, not about a hypothesis, something happening in US or Europe, something happening right inside my hospital. We started an AI division around 9 years ago. And most people started talking about AI only after ChatGPT. And we were using AI for many aspects of healthcare, at least more than 5 to 6 years. I believe that India will become the first country in the world to dissociate healthcare from wealth. India will prove to the world that the wealth of the nation or wealth of the family has nothing to do with the quality of healthcare its citizens will enjoy. And many of you may think, yeah, it's going to happen, but it may happen after 30 years or 100 years. It's going to happen in the next 5 to 7 years, because most of the foundation for this massive transformation is already available. It is just there, and someone has to put all the pieces together, and that is happening very fast. I'll just give you one example of how we use AI. This slide, what you're seeing, is the blood gas report. It is one of the tests which is commonly performed in the ICU to check the status of the patient. And the report comes with about 20, 25 different data points. ICU has many people working, but very, very few handful of doctors and nurses can decipher the data, then plan the treatment. And just below the blood gas report, you can see the AI interpretation of the blood gas report. And also, it not only interprets, it also advises the doctors and nurses what to do. Now, before this pilot started, very few nurses knew how to interpret blood gases. Just 1 month after we started, virtually all the nurses in the ICU have become experts in interpreting and taking action on the blood gas reports. This is the power of AI. It is not only smart, it makes everyone using it very, very smart. This is one example. The next example is, this is called a risk score. A patient after the heart operation stays in the ICU for 24 hours or few days, and there are multiple data points which will either go towards improvement or deterioration. And these are all very subtle signs and symptoms. And it is very difficult for a doctor to make any sense looking at one or two signs and one or two signals. Our AI tool interprets about 70 odd data points, and 6 hours to 10 hours before the final cardiac arrest, all these data points will keep moving up and down. So you can actually predict a so-called sudden cardiac arrest at least 5 to 10 hours before the event. This is the beauty of all these technology tools. So what is the advantage? All over the world, there is shortage of intensivists. India is no exception. If an intensivist is working inside the hospital, then they work for 8-hour shift. The best ICU care patient gets between 9 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the evening. After 5 o'clock till next day morning 9 o'clock, patients are managed by relatively junior nurses and relatively junior intensivists. And if you look at the safety, patient is the safest between 9 to 5. That shouldn't happen, that should change. How do you change it? We tell the intensivist that at night you don't need to be in the hospital. You can be anywhere you want. But 4 hours of the 16-hour cycle, you take the on-call, and in their laptop, they can see every patient, all the events happening. They can interact with the nurses and the doctors who are based there. And the moment the risk score starts going up, they will know what exactly has changed, and they will, the software itself will suggest what needs to be done, but ultimately it's a doctor who has to take the final decision. And when this transformation happens in a large scale, hospital will become safer for the patients. Why everyone thinks that the hospitals are the safe places for the patients? Unfortunately, it is not. Let's look at some of the safest hospitals on the planet in US. If 200 patients spend 24 hours in a hospital, 1 in 200 dies due to medical error, not medical negligence. And according to Joint Commission of US, the commonest cause of medical error, 67%, is due to communication failure. That is, something is happening, but the decision-making people don't get that information the way it should be. And all these tools will help the doctors to take the action well before the final cardiac arrest happens. This is the power of AI tools, which will empower the doctors. It will make the doctors safer for the patients. So essentially, in a matter of time, you will have intensive care units without intensivists. They will all be working from remotely, and they cover only for 4 hours or 5 hours at night, but take in rotation. So every doctor, whenever he is taking care of the patient, he is fresh after a sleep or before the sleep. One of the nightmare for a hospital is discharging the patient in the morning. When your occupancy is about 80%, there is no bed available. Morning, you have to admit at least 60 patients, and they come there, and you need to discharge 60 patients. Before we implemented AI, it used to take us over 5 hours to discharge a patient. If you have ever admitted one of your patients in the hospital, you know the problem of discharging a patient. And The biggest problem is creating the medical record and creating a discharge summary. We had 30 girls running around like headless chickens early morning, trying to discharge patients on time. And now our AI tool in our ADI, which is the tool we have as a EMR, you have to just tap one button, say discharge the patient. Entire discharge summary gets generated. It comes like this. It is auto-populated. And a doctor who is on his way to the hospital, sitting in his car, he can check all the data and advise for discharge or make any changes. Entire process can be done within 5 to 10 minutes. So this is it is not a transformation of efficiency. It is a different experience altogether. In a heart hospital, there are not more than 30 different types of operations we do. It's the same operation, we keep doing it. And what is different with each patient is the complexity or so-called findings. So when the doctor finishes the operations, cardiac surgery, straight away after a few minutes he has to go to another operation theater. And one of the hardest things for a hospital administrator is to get the doctors to write the operation notes. And normally it takes about at least 15 to 20 minutes to complete one operation notes. And when they skip from one OT to the other, they forget the major finding in the previous patient, and you may not get a very accurate operation notes. Now what they do, when they finish the surgery, all they have to do is to find what is different in this patient. They only talk to the AI what is different, and everything else is standard. And within 3 to 4 minutes, the AI will generate the operation notes. He can correct it in his own phone, and it will be entered into the system. One of the biggest change we made in electronic medical records is that we decided to build the entire electronic medical records on a mobile phone with the mobile first concept. Whereas all over the world, EMRs are developed for the desktop. Why we made the change? Because doctors look at the laptop or a desktop 5 to 6 times in a day. But they look at the mobile phone 200 times in a day. So if you want their attention, create the EMR for the mobile phone. This is what we did. And that's what brought in significant efficiency. All over the world, when a doctor is doing the echocardiogram or an ultrasound, there are scribes sitting next to them, and typically doctor does the echo and they keep dictating. The scribe will take it down. As they are doing the echo in a random fashion, they can keep dictating. In 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes, when they finish the echo,